Hello. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I was just working on a few things. Where are we? Here I am. So there's like a 50-50 chance something goes wrong tonight because I updated OBS and, potentially it could all break. Who knows? Don't know these things. How are we all doing? You pulled a Trumbo on your free-to-play. Oh, well done. You got an ally protector. Technically, I started on 8 o'clock. I was just like a few minutes late trying to actually start the stream. You got your frog to 6-star. Nice. Pulled Mashaled for a Kaimar. Got Swurin on the free-to-play. What's the best use for Countess Lix? She's really good when you pair her with Astralon. She's actually one of those dominant pairings where the enemy doesn't get to take a turn because of her A2 and also her passive. You can get caught out in arena against the Countess Lix Astralon combo quite comfortably. It doesn't take much, but that's her best use. I've not really been able to find a way to make her work as a Painkeeper replacement because her cooldown is 5 turns, not 4 turns, and it kind of screws it all up, unfortunately. Yeah, more emotes, cool. Do you know what? I was actually talking with Fiction today, and I mentioned to him we probably need to sort that out now. It's been a bit mental, to be honest. I haven't really slept. I haven't really done much. You know what it's like. So, but we do need to do that. It's been there for a while. It's been bugging me. We just need to come up with some concepts and get some artwork done. So it is on my list of things to do. As is trying to sort out the podcast. Is on my list of things to do as well. I want to get the podcast back up and running. But again, it's we've got a couple of things that we're working on at the moment that are actually quite time intensive for me personally and for the team to solve a few problems that we've been having. So that's kind of taken all of my focus at the moment, alongside obviously trying to do clan versus clan on a free-to-play and a main account is soul. It's soul crushing. I was so stressed and tired the last 2 days with all of the different things we have to do. Yeah. So what's the news and more about? So obviously we've got the news that we're going to go cover that has just come out today in terms of the new fusion. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what they mentioned in the Raid Digest last week as well, I guess. We'll have just a general talk about things. And then we'll get diving into something. I'm just on the free-to-play at the moment because I'm just using up some energy, but my free-to-play, this is the definition of my free-to-play right now. Refresh. Oh, I get a fight. Awesome. Let's go fight this person here. I get one fight. Cool. And then I wait 15 minutes and I refresh again. It's so stupid. Now we have to wait 2 turns because of this silly thing. All right. Let's see. 1 turn. Oh wow, he actually almost killed my Kale there. There we go. What a pointless thing that was. He hasn't even got his A2 set up. I don't even know the point. And there you go. This is now the free-to-play experience. Look at it. I cannot use my tokens because there's no point me losing the fights because I can't. I've been at 2,550 points for about 6 hours. Why? Because after a certain amount of time, I can't lose any more battles. I could put one-man defenses in. I could put my full defense in. 0 point. I can't do anything. I can't use my tokens. I can't lose enough to get myself back down to silver. I can't progress in Great Hall. Arena needs fixing, not for the high end, not for the low end, for this. I physically cannot play Arena. There is no way for me to play it. I can't even deliberately stay in silver because silver is too easy. But gold 1 is ridiculous. Like, I'm fighting level 89 accounts with multiple 60s. Like, there's just no way. I'm hoping for a one-man defense so I can climb high enough that other people are doing one-man defense. And I hate that that's what I have to do, because I'm a strong believer that arena should be competitive, and I cannot do it because it's not even a question of I've progressed too hard. I actually can't stop myself progressing because of the loss limit. You can only lose 12 in 1 to 3. When you get to like 4 or 5, you can lose like 25, but between 1 to 3, you can only lose that. So basically, all of these tokens are getting wasted. I can't progress my Great Hall at all because I can't get any medals. You know, I could probably upgrade with 13 there, but what's the point? It's actually frustrating me because there is nothing I can do right now to solve it. I almost have to completely forget arena exists in this game, apart from tag team arena, which I'm doing just for Drexar fragments. There's no, like, it's got to the point now where I'm actually ignoring arena because I can't progress. There's nothing I can do until I've built my teams up a little bit more, until I actually have a functional like set of 60s, until I farmed some gear and got myself up to 250 speed for my speed lead. There is zero point me trying because, you know, if I had a proper team, I could beat a lot of these. But they're too advanced at the moment. They're like 3 months into the game. I'm not there yet. So, yeah. I'm on the mission, Sparko. This is the mission that exactly what I was saying and why I'm getting frustrated. It has stalled my entire progression because I physically cannot find fights. Because it's not even like I can fight people to lose. Because you could say, you know, oh, well, let's just find some fights, lose them. I can't kill any of these champions because I don't have the gear yet. So I can't even like partially kill people and lose for that mission. It's so frustrating. If I'm in gold 1 now, is it best to drop down to silver if I can? I mean, Ruz, what I would say you could do at gold 1 is you could win trade. You'll lose half your tokens, but until you get out of gold 3, you can't really use your tokens anyway. So you could win trade to basically go up to gold 1, lose a fight, go back to silver 4, win 1 fight, go back up to gold, lose a fight, and do that. You lose half your tokens, but at least you're farming something. This is ridiculous. Like, it's the worst part of it out of anything so far that I've experienced in the free-to-play. I'm physically, it's not even like you could say, oh, well, you know, you could do this, you do that. There's literally nothing I can do to solve this other than avoid losing and try and climb into the area where there's more one-man defenses. Because once you get to goal 4 and goal 5, there's more active players that are doing the one-man defense. Between gold 1 and gold 3, you're getting the kind of like semi-AFK players that they log in every so often. They've put some of their main champions in. Like, these teams are not good. Like, that's a nothing team. You know, these are not like, you know, some of them are probably set up properly, but they're not like crazy teams. This is they've thrown their 60s in. They just throw in the champions in, but they're strong enough that they're going to win against my puny team, which is, you know, a level 50, a level 40, and 1 Kale, who is, you know, he's decently geared, but we don't have an attack banner or an accuracy banner. We don't have an attack ring. We're in the 4-star gear. Like, we haven't got to that gear farming stage, so there's no way I can beat anyone. It's, yeah. No, Mellow, because the problem is, I would have to lose so many of them now to drop back down because of the way that they've capped it, right? Because they're saying you can't lose more than 12 a day, or 11, or whatever the number is, that you physically cannot decay, because I would just waste all of my tokens, and then I'd be instantly back where I am. So there's literally, like, there's no solution. The only solution that I can see is I basically try to get myself up into gold 4, where maybe there is more one-man defenses that when I do a refresh, instead of just getting the 1, I'm getting like 3. But the cap is the problem, because I physically cannot decay down into silver and stay in silver. I can't farm. I'd happily stay in silver right now. That would be my choice. I would stay and farm in silver. I don't want to farm gold. But my team is too good for silver. I'm too strong for silver. So I'm in that position where I'm too weak for gold 1, I'm way too strong for silver 4, and there's nothing in between that I can exist in for my level of account right now. It's pretty bad. Honestly, it's really bad. To the point where this is one of the things, like, if I wasn't an experienced player and I was looking at this, I would go, I'm just going to quit this game because I can't do anything. It's boring. I got a mission, I can't progress because I can't do anything. It's actually game quitting for me. If they want to talk about the era of PvP and the things to fix, this would be one of them. This is not acceptable. Do you know what they should do to fix this problem? They should allow me to enter myself into gold. I should be able to stay at silver 4 for as long as possible until I can push a button that says, enter me into the gold rankings. I want to compete at a higher level. Give me the choice. The choice is, do you want to get the higher medals and be able to get your great haul done quicker? But that means you're going to be competing against difficult teams. Or do you want to stay in silver 4 for the time being? Eventually, I'm going to have to go to gold when I can only upgrade my great haul with gold. But right now, I'm stagnating my great haul progression so much because I got loads of medals early on, but now I cannot find fights at all. This time when I was in silver, I was up 100 fights. So I'm down about 50% of my fights because I cannot find any. But that's what they should do in Arena. They should basically make it that I can go keep me at silver 4. So I can just keep climbing silver 4, and then when I'm ready, I can enroll myself into gold, and I can start climbing gold. That way, at least I won't sit there, because you can't just take the cap away, because if you take the lost cap away, then we get back to where we were before, where nobody can get into platinum, nobody can get into gold 5, because you lose too many points than you can gain in an offense win. Whereas, so they have to keep that in. Whereas if they could just make it so that my level of account where I'm good enough to be farming silver, but I'm not good enough for gold right now, I can just take myself out of gold. Because there's plenty of food here. There's plenty of people in gold 1 to gold 5, but there's not enough for me to actually fight here. Sorry, a little rant, because it's really been bugging me the last 2 days, because I've been stuck at this like gold 2 to gold 3 marker. I cannot breach it. I cannot climb it, because the problem is the reset happens. It knocks me down 50 points, and it takes me all day to regain that 60 points because I can't find any fights. No cheap suits, because this is exactly what gold 2 is. So you can only lose points on 12 fights. That's the thing. I'm not claiming my Gembo yet, because why would I lose 350 champion chase points when he's not going anywhere? I'm not going to use him straight away. I'm going to claim him next weekend during the champion chase and get myself 350 points for, you know, maybe there's a good fusion epic. We are going to talk about the fusion pretty much after I finish my rant there. Because I want to go over that fusion and what has been announced. But maybe I'm pretty sure on my free to play I'm not going to be able to get the fusion. But there may be an epic that I could get that might be good. You know, the last few traditional fusion we had was Trumbor, Ally Protector. That would have been really cool. So we'll have to see what the fusions are, what the fusion epics are. Hopefully they're good. But yeah, I'm not going to get Gembo right now because I can just claim him in a week, you know, next weekend, and we'll get 350 points because he's a void epic, so it's a lot more. So yeah, like, question about CB2 one with Anax of herself will be a good on Pythion, Aox, Seeker, Self, Anax. You might need another decrease attack champion, CZ, because I don't think Aox is going to be reliable enough on his own. Is it going to be a classic fusion? Well, it hasn't said that it's a fragment, and they haven't said it's a hybrid or anything, so I'm going to assume it's a classic, you know, a traditional fusion. Normally when it's a fragment collector, it says fragment fusion, you know, it says the word fragment in it. It hasn't done that. And we had a fragment last time, so, you know, it sounds like it. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people are having problems with the Gembo code anyway, so, you know. But, you know, to be honest, 3v3 is okay. I'm finding fights in 3v3, right? I can win these fights because I can put my main team up against that. I can put Ronda up against this. I'll probably lose that middle one. But at least I can do something in 3v3. I'm earning my gold bars, which the only thing that's really important about 3v3 is getting hold of... we want to get hold of the, what's his face, Drexar. Drexar's the first thing, the only thing you want to get hold of in 3v3. So as long as I can farm enough gold bars so that I get my token every single day, then 3v3 is absolutely fine. We're not going to be able to kill this. He's too tanky. Look at him. We haven't got enough damage. So he's a skip. So as long as we can farm enough in the day, it's not costing us any resources, we're actually getting it done. I don't mind that. But the classic arena right now is just awful. It's it's to the point where it's actually I could see people quitting over it. I could see them losing players over the classic arena situation because you get so far very quickly. Even if you don't know what you're doing, silver's quite comfortable that you can farm pretty decently. And then you get to goal 1 and you're like, I can't do anything now. I can't drop, I can't climb, I can't do anything. What do I do? But yeah, I mean, I'm getting Drexar every single day, right? So I'm already up to 10 fragments. So, you know. Has this free-to-play challenge changed how you approach your main account? It's made me realize how not spending kind of is boring a little bit. Like playing raid without being able to spend any money can be boring because I'm in this state right now where I'd love to get some champions on the board. I can't because I got to work with what I got. It makes me appreciate the challenge. It makes me appreciate the difficulties. But yeah. It hasn't really changed the way I play my main account because my main account is so advanced. We are stuck on this Agreth, by the way. I cannot get past this guy. So far, everyone in the clan that's managed to get past it have some sort of, like, trickeries to do it. I don't have enough damage to kill it on my own. You know, obviously, if you've got Pythion, you're landed. If you've got Reliquary Tender, Mausoleum Mage, you know, or a Brogni with Brimstone, or Rhonda with Brimstone, or an Elva, or a Rhonda with Brimstone and a Tomb Lord. Like, Earbad's the only one that's close to me, and he managed to do it. But I would imagine he did it because he's got Miscreated Monster, right? Ally Protector. He had to revive twice, but this is the experience that I have right now. Because I don't have a cleanser, my only cleanser is Spirit Host. She dies at level 30. I haven't bothered putting much investment into her. Decreased attack is kind of pointless because the damage all comes from poisons, right? That's the problem. That's where all the damage comes from. I need cleansing, which I don't really have anyone that can do it. So we've been doing this. And who was I don't think Coffin Smasher was one of them. We could pick Rhonda, but Rhonda's just going to get herself killed. We can try this guy. The Spiderlings are not the problem. It's the boss that's the problem. You'll see what, I'll show you what happens here right now. Okay, so killing the waves, not a problem. Got Hoscarol for it. He's got stuns. I still need to book his A2, but the dragon is not being kind with the old frost gear. So we just basically kill the wave. This is quite straightforward. Honestly, the first cleanse isn't even the problem. It's the fact that you'll see, like, the problem is the reapplication is the problem. That's the issue. I have no way to actually out heal it, out sustain it. Hoscarol is such a crazy pickup. I'm so excited about Hoscarol when I get him going. I think he's going to be really good. I haven't tried with Quargon. Quargon is a first attempt here. We'll see how it goes. So this is the problem, right? This burst, I can survive. Not a problem. Okay, not a problem. I can survive this burst. We don't have that available. That's kind of going to make me fail now because I should have had that available. We could put Leech out there. This will go on, but it's not going to make a difference. We might as well do that. It's not going to make a difference. We didn't have the nuke. Alright, let me replay that. I didn't have this A2 available. Jamasa's problem is she's not booked. And I don't have any regen gear, because the regen gear that I got from the, you get free regen gear, was so bad, I couldn't keep it. It had nothing on it. It had no accuracy. It had no speed. They were all flat stats. It was so bad. I need to... Let's just blast them for a second. Hey, Swiftcut. Yeah, it's why I 60'd Hoscarol, because I think he's going to be really good. At the moment, obviously, he's not booked, which is, the main problem with most champions. If they're not booked, they're just a little bit useless. So that's the problem with Jamasa, right? Such a long cooldown if you don't book her. So this is fine, right? So, I haven't got the friggin' revive. He's not playing ball today. We're on edge today. It's, I basically need the A2 back before we go in for the cleanse. I should have A2'd this, fine. Right, good. Yeah, it's fine. We don't care about that. Let's take him out. Please take him out. Please take him out. Vergis is strong. Right, he's dead. Thank you, Hoscarol. Right, okay. It's Angry Thursday. My mood will improve in a bit, guys. Don't worry. When we get into something more interesting. So here's the problem. I can kill these. Not a problem. Awesome. Then we might as well put decrease defense out. We can't A3 because look at the poison extensions if we A3, right? It's awful. So I have to cleanse the poisons here to get rid of them. Otherwise, he's going to get one shot. Everyone else, like, kind of nearly dies. I can keep this available for a bit. If I A3, he's going to get so many poisons. It's actually disgusting. So we can't A3. So we're just now in this situation where it's like, okay, can we out-heal the damage? And this is what's going to happen in a minute. We got Lifesteal and we've got War Master. We're going to get a burst here. And this is where I'm going to die now. Because look at all these poisons. If I try to do anything, the extension is just too much. And we can't basically heal enough. And this is the problem I'm stuck at. I have no solution for it. Why can't you A3? I'll show you what happens when you A3. It's not the counterattack. I'll show you what happens when you A3. The poison... Because whenever you attack the boss, she extends... she reflects a debuff extension back. Right? And that's the problem. When you... when she extends those debuffs, that is a big problem. Let's just take you out. Throw a rock at him. You. Actually, he's going to die. So, right, here's the problem, okay? The boss has this effect. When attacked by an enemy that has no poison debuffs, places a poison for 4 turns. It can't be blocked. When attacked by an enemy under a poison, increases the duration of all debuffs on the attacker by 1 turn, then places poison sensitivity, right? So I'm going to do that to clear the spiderlings. We missed one. It's not the end of the world. We can finish him off here, right? We'll put that on. That'll give us just increased defense. Watch what happens. So if I was to do this right now, every single attack is going to increase the poison duration by 1 turn. Look at all that. 4 turns. That's why we can't use the A3. Everyone's going to die. So when it's only 1 poison, it's okay. It's when it resummons the poisons, right? Because it can only give me 1 poison and extend 1 poison. This is where it goes wrong. Because now I have all of these poisons. If I AoE or attack the boss in any fashion, it's going to extend. Now maybe I can get away with it by doing that. But I'm already dead. Do you see what I mean? It's almost impossible. Because even if I had a reviver, I revive them and they just, like, the poisons come back and I die again. It's actually, I'm a bit stuck. Now, normally on my main, the way I deal with this, I Paragon Cheese it or I use Stultus. Because I've never liked this boss, to be honest. I've always found Agreth one of the hardest bosses of all of it. A lot of people say, like, Bommel's are really difficult and Dark Phase difficult to some extent until you get the right champions. But I've actually found that the hardest one to beat is Agreth, because you need very specific champions to do it. You know, the guys that have managed to do it are either bringing a very good cleanser like Reliquary Tender, or they bring in, like, enough OP champions right now that you can overwhelm the boss at this level. But I don't have those OP champions that I can just overwhelm the boss. which is proving to be difficult. Let's just do that because I need to make sure he gets a turn. Yeah, Reliquary Tender and Mausoleum Mage. Yeah, Venomage Geo. That's the thing. Geomancer's passive is pretty strong. It's like here now I can AoE nuke because one Spiderling survived again. He didn't crit. Kill. Oh, come on. I'll do that. We can cleanse him. So we'll get rid of those. Everyone else is going to die because it's way too much. So the good news is when it's only one poison, I can survive one poison because the only time the boss can actually extend it is when there's one poison, right? So I only get one. The problem isn't so much this situation. It's when she resummons the Spiderlings now because I'm going to get loads of poisons here. So I can't A2. I have to nuke one of these down. But then I just get one shot. So yeah. Well, the problem is if I A2, she extends the poisons. So I heal, but then I die straight away because she's now got 5-turn poisons, right? Like that's what I've been struggling with. Because if I do that A2, like I'll show you the difference. Kill these again. The thing about this is, Laszlo, it's not about how much defense you have. Because effectively the damage you're taking is your HP because it's poisons, right? It's the same thing with things that go based on your max HP. You could put as much defense as you want. I'm not mitigating the damage because it's just raw poison. The poisons are what are killing me, not the actual like incoming damage. I think I got rid of Acolyte. Yeah, but sorry, it's a 6-turn cooldown. It's not going to matter, like, because this happens too often, right? So here is great. I can kill everything. Perfect, right? Not a problem. Put decreased defense out, whatever. Might as well A3 here, just because we're going to cleanse before the boss takes a turn, because we need to do this, right? Get rid of the poisons, cool. Everyone else either dies or lives. Now we're in the state of, okay, we can keep attacking so long as we only A1, because we'll only ever get one poison. It's not a problem. This run is going a little bit better, but it's this transition here that's always the hardest part with Agreth. I'm going to get loads of poisons. Now, here's my option. I could A2, but if I A2, all of these poisons are going to get extended. Ready? Cool. Fully healed. I've now got, every time I attack the boss, all of these poisons are going to get extended. So I just die anyway. Because now I can't heal. So the only way I can avoid that is if I A1 the Spiderlings to remove the poisons, but I got to somehow survive that. But I can't because the rest of my team has already died. So maybe we can try a Jamasa run. I haven't tried that one again since, like, maybe I can do a little bit of a clever trickery. You won't heal enough, Mark. That's the problem because the boss's HP is too low right now. War Master procs here is like, I don't know, 10 HP. Yeah, but Spirit Host is only 30. She just dies, and even if she wasn't, I just don't have the gear. That's the thing, right? I'm at the point in my account right now where I need to farm some gear because I just don't have enough gear to be able to build out 6+ champions right now. There's just, I haven't got enough of the good stuff. So I've been trying to farm a little bit of dragon lately, just to try and build up some 5-star gear, so I've got more options. We actually need to do this here. We're gonna mess this up. Oh, it's alright here. You got to cycle. We're okay. Not for long. We're just trying to beat this stage. So like, obviously we need to kill everything here. One Spiderling survived. It's not the end of the world. So we can get rid of it. We need to keep her alive, so we have to heal this. She doesn't cleanse. We might as well do that. We can put some poisons out on the boss here. Doesn't matter. I actually should have probably not used that on him. I could have probably used the A2. Now, we have to revive here because we're dying if we don't. Now, dropping turn meter is probably worth, because I don't mind if he dies. Shouldn't really, but we get some heals out. But you can see, like, the team is just dying, so what does it actually gain me? All I've done is I've just slowed down the inevitability and added a little bit more damage. Because Jamas is about to die when the Spiderlings come back up. There we go. We're back in the same situation we are. So again, what do? Do I A1 or do I A2? I have to A2, otherwise I'll die. If I do that, cool, I heal, great. Now I've got all of these things. I can't A3 because this will just get extended permanently. And I'm dead. It's fun when you've got a Pythion, guys, and when you've got a Krisk, and when you've got all these things. But when you don't have the champions, unfortunately, you just have to go, I can't get there. And the frustrating part for me is look at where everyone else can get to because they've managed to get past this. And there's me, my little lonesome, all stuck down here because I can't get past the stage. But yes. You need to land Leech from Deacon on the A1. It wouldn't make a difference. I'll show you exactly the same thing. It won't make a difference. Do that. Yeah, but Locker just hasn't bothered with it. What I'm saying is when he gets to this, Krisk is going to make it easy for him. Krisk gives you ally protection. He's going to be able to take some of the damage. He's also going to put continuous heals out on himself, which is huge. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. So it's one of those things that you just have to have the right champions. And unfortunately, I just don't have the champions. That's why I'm still in the yeet phase of pulling shards, because I literally am struggling to just fill the basic roles that you need to actually run some content, because there is so much locked behind Doom Tower that really I should have put more attention in trying to get this done, because actually there's so many rewards. It's like the next boss is going to give you 300 energy. Like 300 energy. And I know I can do the Eternal Dragon. The Eternal Dragon is not a problem because I've got Coffin Smasher. So you're saying put A1 Leech instead. Oh, well, he decided he didn't want to. Because, you know, Deacon's A1 is all part of the fun. I think she can survive, so we'll do that. And we're going to do this. Couldn't keep the keel. I should have cleansed. Yeah, Locker's got Krisk. Is Eternal Dragon worth farming? I mean, for my level of account, it would be. But the problem is, normal Doom Tower gives you mostly normal resources, and 3 to 4 star gear, I'm already past that, so it doesn't really help me. Yeah. Nuke here. Need to take a turn. I'm gonna have to restart this, I think. As I said, normally I just cheese this on my main account because I hate the boss. I find it's the worst boss. She's going to die if I don't heal her, so we have to heal. And then he needs to be cleansed, otherwise he's going to die. So we lost Steak, but that's okay. You see 6 turns there now. I think we're just going to lose everyone here because we haven't got a heal. Okay. Jamas is alive. We can get 1 revive off here. She just doesn't revive them with enough HP, to be honest. Because we're just going to literally... We might as well drop turn meter here because... Whatever. We didn't get Leech out. Which kind of sucks. Orogrim's not booked. You know, all these champions are great when, you know, people say Jamarsa's amazing, Orogrim's amazing. It's great if they're booked, but they're kind of useless if they're not. Like, here now, if I don't A1 this Spiderling, I'm dead anyway. Like, I have to do that, and then do that. Okay, maybe that's done it. Okay, that worked okay. Now, if I can get some healing back going. If I can get back to full HP before the next tide. Which I can't, I don't think. I'm close to. Okay, this is an interesting situation. Again, I need to kill that Spiderling. It's just too much. So I'm giving up on this floor 30 because I just can't do it. It's just, I can't get past it right now. I don't have the champions. I don't have the gear. Free to play is in a bad state. Look at this. There's no point in me fighting that. I'll lose. You know, it's actually like the free to play right now feels really bad for me. I'm really struggling with it. I've got some good champions, but they're not that great. I can't build a proper clan boss team because I don't have an ally protector. It's not fun. I would definitely say, like, a lot of people at the start of this contest, a lot of people were like, oh, he's got Kayle Deacon, he's rigged the odds. I'll be honest. I am not seeing where having Kayle and Deacon is dramatically giving me better odds than anyone else right now. It's really not. Like, people have managed to get a Kayle pretty quickly. They've been able to get things, you know, like I can't get a Ronda Soul. Other people have got a Ronda Soul. I've not been able to get any decent champions. My gear is okay, but I don't have enough of the okay gear. I've got some really good pieces, I'm not going to deny that, but I don't have enough of those really good pieces to be able to leverage them. We're not going to win this, are we? Because Kayle is too weak. Oh, we are. Good. It's actually, so this is the thing, David, right? What I've realized is, compared to my main account, it's not even about, like, spending the money. The game is actually really frustrating to play. If you can't, like, I'm getting not so much bored, I'm getting frustrated by the lack of ability to do anything. Now, obviously part of that is the early game of, you know, you just got to farm 60s. I get that. But even, like, I'm still not that confident that I made the right decision on who to 60. Because I know Hoskril will be good, but until he's booked, he's not good. Orogrim would be good. Until he's booked, he's not good. People like Coffin Smasher will be good for Clan Boss, but until, you know, probably I've got him fully 60'd Mastery and stuff, he's probably not going to be, like, groundbreaking for me because his odds on his A1 needs Sniper. But I can see... I can totally see, like, if I could spend £50, my enjoyment of this game goes, like, from here to here on a free-to-play on this account. Because I could get something. So far, I think I'm probably in the tier with Hellhades, Lady H, and I think Earbad as well. In terms of getting champions, we just haven't had any luck at all. We haven't had anything good. Like, obviously I've had some good champions, I'm not saying not everything, like getting Orogrim is good. What I meant is we haven't been able to get the Pythions, the Krisks, the Elvas. They've really made a difference, so. And it could just be that I've played a lot of Raid the last couple of days because we've had, you know, personal rewards on the main. We've had clan versus clan. We've had all these things going on and I'm just a little bit worn out, perhaps, which is quite a possibility. You know, there's a fair possibility that's why I'm finding the free-to-play, particularly today, very frustrating. I'm also, I'm kind of waiting on the free-to-play today, right? Because tomorrow is Dungeon Divers, so I will probably try and get the Epic Book on Spider tournament alongside the Dungeon Divers, so I'm kind of waiting. I don't want to lose energy. I'm using the energy on a little bit of food, but, you know, I can't win the Champion Training Tournament, so I'm just trying for a little bit of placement. What have we got here? Have we got anything to clear? Let's just use the energy, and then we're going to swap over to the main. Let's just make some 2 stars. Can you use a block debuff? Nope, Ruz, it goes through block debuffs, and you can't resist the poisons anyway. So, Saf, I can guarantee you technically you can do Agarith with Kale as he is now. Just a small RNG chance, because, Mark, I've tried it like 20 times today. I've tried it with Jamasa. I've tried it with Coffin Smasher with decreased attack. I've tried it with Quagon. I have tried it with Spirit Host. I always get to about 30% of the spider's HP left, and I lose because the respawn of the spiderlings causes my Kale to take too much damage and he dies. So it's just not possible right now. I just don't have the champions. I'm not going to invest into my Spirit Host just to get past stage 30 on Agareth, because I could pill a Paragon tomorrow and I'll be done, right? I mean, that's the thing. I actually found that promo code Kinnear. I was checking in case they'd stuck anything sneaker in the static data, and I found this like Caribbean offering. I was like, oh, there's a promo code here. I wonder if it works. And I think they didn't mean to release it, because the actual start date of the promotion that they were doing was the 9th of February. So I think they've realized they accidentally released a promo code in to the public before it was ready, and I guess they weren't expecting people to find it. But yeah, so I actually found that earlier this morning. Is it possible to control the spider like the Fire Knight? No. Because she does something with turn meter control, where when you drop turn meter, I think she drops it equally or something of that nature. It's not so much that I'm being hard on myself, Donovan. It's the fact that I don't feel like I've got a direction on my account. I think that's what I'm struggling with. It feels like other people in the challenger tier, they've got some like really good plans and really good things to work towards. Like, I'm sitting there thinking, well, there's no point me farming masteries that much, because I could probably maybe get 2 key brutal if I get some masteries on these, but that isn't going to be that crazy. So there's no point me doing masteries. I could farm more food. But farming more food is just boring at the moment. And to be honest, I can do Dragon 16. I like to do missions. That's what I enjoy doing. And I can't do the missions, so that's like, oh, well, that's great. That's boring. I've been trying to do some of these artifact challenges to get these epic books. I cannot get any 5-star gear for the Frost set. I'm getting every other set apart from Frost set. So I'm just sat in this position where I've 60'd all my food, and I'm like, I don't really feel like I've progressed anywhere. I don't really feel like I've got anything to work towards. I can't get an accuracy banner for Kale. It's just... put it like this, if this is the free-to-play experience, I'm glad I'm not free-to-play, because I'd quit the game. That's how bad it is right now for me in terms of this account. I feel like I would have more enjoyment quitting than continuing to play. It's that bad. Let's just do, I think, this one. Oh, it's going to force affinity. That kind of sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I will. I mean, I've said it. Like, the arena for... So there's 2 things really that is like... I think you can endure the fact that you didn't pull any good champions, right? I think that's fine. The arena for me is like the ultra game quitting, because if I could at least progress the missions, I feel like I'm working towards something, right? I can do 75. It feels like it's going to take me like a month to do those 75 kill champions. Because I refresh it, I get 1 fight. I refresh 3 times in a row, I get 0 fights. Like, that's going to take me forever. When I was in silver, I was loving life. I felt like I was doing something. What would you buy to make the game more enjoyable? Just shards or something? Probably chickens, Kaiser. Because it feels like if you invest... Like, I was feeling like if I invest those 2 rank 60s, it's going to take me an awful lot of time to get another one. right? So being able to, like, there's the Warrior Circle packs where you get like 4 rank 4 chickens, a rank 5 chicken. Like, they're huge, right? They just help get you some more 60s and they get you further along. But yeah, like all my champions right now, the epic champions are quite useless. Because, like, Urogrim is on 2 skills that are on 5 turn cooldowns. Do you know how functionally useless that is? Like, I can cleanse once every 5 turns. He can't solo anything because he can't put out any poisons because his poisons is 5 turns. He can't heal himself, he just dies. So his main purpose of an Urogrim that everyone says is, you know, everyone knows is really good about Urogrim is he can solo dungeons. Well, yeah, if you book him. If you don't book him, he can't. And it's like Hoskerl, I got lucky with the increased defense, but I haven't booked his A2, so a 50-50 chance to stun is not that great. And it's also on a 4-turn cooldown at the moment. Deacon, for example, when I was using Deacon, the fact I couldn't even ascend him meant that Deacon's usability was like awful because you were always choosing between, do I turn meter boost or do I do decreased defense? And once I got him booked and once I got him ascended, all of a sudden Deacon went from really like, he's alright, to actually he's a really good champion now. So yeah, if you don't pull a decent epic or legendary, I mean, that's it, right? Because the further along you invest into an account, the bigger, like, expense you've got. So, like, every time I don't pull anything good out of shards and I'm stuck in the same situation, I've already invested so much in there, I can't just re-roll. That's why I see why people would, like, instantly re-roll an account within the first day or two if they don't get what they want. Yeah, and that's it. Like, why do you have a Urogrim in the lead for clan boss? Don't you want the speed lead, or do you can target by the stun? To be honest, Lazo, the clan boss team I have right now is basically Kale with masteries, Coffin Smash with decreased attack, and then just try and get as many poisons out as possible. We're not in a position to be able to speed to it. We're close. I'm thinking about potentially trying to get a 4-3 setup, but like, I need to basically be able to get past 6 Nightmare, or be able to get some speed boots from Dragon 16, so I can start getting some speed boots up to like rank 5, rank 6. Once we can get some base speed into the builds, then we can do stuff. But I have like 4 speed boots. It's not enough. Hey Jeans, welcome. To be fair, when I said I would be able to do Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss in a month, I did say if I could get an Ally Protector. I did contextualize it like that, because I did say if I don't get an Unkillable or an Ally Protector, it's impossible to get to Ultra Nightmare, right? But as long as I've got an Ally Protector, it was possible. But I don't have an Ally Protector, so... Hi, Kim. Not really Swift. So when I talk about speed tuning, I basically mean getting all the champions up to like 170 speed and then getting Hoskerl into a 4-3 in the right rotation so that the increased defense buff is up. Like, I'm close to being able to do that. I haven't bit the bullet yet because I don't have an Ally Protector. So, did anyone get an Ally Protector on the clip? Did anyone get that Ally Protector on clip? I don't know, Greffin, but I have said it multiple times, pretty much. I said I'd get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss in a month if I could get an Ally Protector or an Unkillable, but I mainly said Ally Protector. I don't know, Arcanix. I mean, it depends on the Protector, right? I've been able to fully book Deacon, partially book Urogrim, and fully book Hoskerl's A3, and I've got epic books that I could potentially get. Like, I can get one from Spider tomorrow. If I can get some 5-star gear, I can basically finish the artifact challenges. What stage is 6-6 Nightmare? It's the speed keeping 6-6 Nightmare. I got stuck at 6-3. I haven't actually tried 6-3. We might try that now. See if we can get something positive before we jump over to the main. You have Trumbo and Azana, but I don't think I don't know how to integrate in my CB team, Adrian. So what I want to do on my main account is I'm going to build on my main account, hopefully today, an actual traditional team, what I would build on my free-to-play account, because I want to test out some different poisoners to see which ones are the best for content. So we're gonna build a traditional 2-1 ally protector team. We're gonna pick an ally protector. So if you hang around, Adrian, we are going to go through how to integrate an ally protector correctly into your speed tune so that you get the most value out of it. So what I haven't tried is something I was trying to do, because this would be great. Yeah, if I could get these, it would be really good. Some gems here, it's nice, it's awesome. But what I wanted to try and do is get through this stage. Yeah, let's use a bit of gems, it's fine. So now that I've got Hoskerel, right, and I've got this, and I've probably got Rhonda. We could do, I think we do that. Let's see if we can get through it. Yourself, loving the free-to-play challenge. I've got Elhain, Deacon, Lugan at 60 for my clan boss team. Would you 60 next for CB, Rector, Apothecary, or Rhonda? Elhain, Deacon, Lugan. So you've got your ally protector, you've got Deacon. You want Rector Wrath, because what you need in that team is a reliable decrease attack, and Rector Wrath's A1 is probably the best one for that, Flying Fridge. You've got a nice framework there, right? You've got decreased defense and a boost with Deacon. You've got some damage from Elhain's, probably a start at 60. You've got Lugan for ally protection. You want to try and get Lugan's ally protection booked as quickly as possible. Rector comes in then for your decreased attack. What you probably want as your 5th champion is a poisoner. So try and look out for a Frozen Banshee or a Kale, and that would be great then. So the problem with this 6-3 stage that I got to, guys, was the Hurriers at wave 3 would annihilate my team, but that was quite a while ago. We've now got Hoskerel, right? So Hoskerel is going to hopefully give me some stuns, because Affinity, again, is a bit of a problem, right? The things you learn about a free-to-play account. Affinity, bit of a nightmare in the early game. God, these hit so hard. I might need to bring in a Rogrim instead of Rhonda. Let's just try that. You die. Okay. Leech. I mean, if I ever pull a Doom Priest, we're landed, right? Because I've got a 6-star soul for Doom Priest. Oh, he finally landed a stun. Look how tanky this Vergis is without decreased defense because of his passive shield. He's gonna die, but still. Saf, I think as an early free to play is good if you start getting ready for fusion by saving shards. Normally I would agree, Cesar, but actually when you looked at the last fusion, can a free to play account after its first initial burst shards, without doing Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss or even Nightmare Clan Boss, are they actually capable of being able to generate enough shards to be able to hit 4,900 on a Summon Rush? I don't think so. So unless you're doing Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, I think as a free to play, you almost have to forget about a fusion. Ah, damn it. He died. He might be still okay. It's not that he died. It's not that I lost the 3 stars. It's I was hoping to use his A2. Is Kunoichi a good ally protector? Yeah, she is. The only problem with Kunoichi is she, unfortunately, loves that turn meter boost. Which is quite a problem. Right, you just don't take a turn. Can I kill something? Yes. Okay, we got through this wave. This is the first time I've done this. That's progress. Because I used to get to this point and the Hurriers would just annihilate me. The reason why this is important is I want to get to 6-6 Nightmare. Because I can farm and get some 6-star common speed boots. I don't care that they're common. I just care that I can get 45 speed innate on a pair of boots. Which are massive. Let's just kill you. You die. Oof. These do hit hard. Yeah, exactly. Like, people probably don't put enough importance in the early game. I always knew that I would want it to get to 6-6, but the challenge I had was I couldn't get through this wave. But I've always my plan was always to farm this. Amongst everything else, I kind of forgot that was my plan. Right, now, can we get some stuns? We only got 1. See, if that was a book, that would have probably been 3 because it's 75% chance. He's dead. It's alright. Maybe we're okay. If I could actually get enough stars to get the speed gear, there is 6 times 6-star speed gear, which is actually really good. This is going to be awkward. How much can we do? Not enough. Right, we need to take out the ally protectors because we're going to get boosted. Should be okay. It's alright, just kill him. Come on, Rhonda. I think a big thing tonight is probably I am overindulged in Raid a little bit. That I've played far too much over the last 48 hours because of clan versus clan, and it was quite intense. I mean, I did a crazy amount on the main account as well. We actually did about 850 Savage ×3 runs because I wanted to do a bit of content on how good is ×3 Savage, because we've only had a couple of ×3 events. So I wanted to do a bit of an assessment in terms of, does making it ×3 instead of ×2 really make a big difference? Because I've done a math check on like the dragon ×2. So I kind of invested a little bit in one of those Gaelic packs, called it a birthday present for myself because I got old this week, and I thought give it a go. So I had about 17,000 energy. I bought the full energy in one go. We bursted about 800 runs in Fire Night, so before it ran out. Don't know if I've got anything decent from it though. We'll have to have a look. Haven't really looked yet. No, I bought, the thing is with that Gaelic pack, you basically had the option of either refills or the energy. It was better to get the energy because you lost 600 energy if you got the refills, and then the last option was like arena medals, multi-battle silver, or something else. I was like, well, I've got a max great haul, I might as well get the multi-battle. So I've got like 1500 multi-battles, so I just used the multi-battles instead. Yeah, Raid, I think they're having problems because of this Gembo Prime code. They seem to be having a few problems. They have acknowledged it, so I actually think ×3 makes a massive difference. Cool, I think you're right. You can feel the difference with the ×3 for sure. Now, I don't. The problem with dungeons is generally you don't get much for your runs, right? You still have to. Oh, this is going to be awkward. Can I kill anyone? Or am I going to take all damage? I'm going to take all damage from everyone. Okay. He's going to die. It's fine. Right, Rhonda, finish some people off. Nice. How is everyone excited about having to fight those Errols in Faction Wars now? Isn't it going to be fun when they basically cleanse and then one-shot your team in Faction Wars? That's the problem when they do champion rebalances. They bring them into a state where they're kind of okay now, and then when you're fighting them in PvE and you're fighting them on dungeon floors and stuff, you're like, good, like, Lord, they're much more stronger now. How are we going to kill them? Saf, I'm at Vizix on my free-to-play. Only had enough Lego books to book 3 legendary champions, 30 legends, so plan ahead, which is 3. I've not used a single legendary book so far, David. And the only time I will use the legendary book is when I know it's going to be for a champion that's going to get me to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. The moment I can get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, I will get lots of legendary books. So, I mean, maybe there's a ally protector in the I want you not to take that. Maybe there's an ally protector in the epics if it's a traditional fusion, right? They put Trumbor in last time. If there's a Trumbor, I'd be like really happy. Yeah, the triple Valk. That's exactly what I was thinking, Laszlo. The triple Valk waves on Faction War Stage 21 are already pretty frustrating. You know, they're going to be even worse now because they just added a huge buff to Errol because he's now going to AoE, and at the same time he's going to we're going to 3-star 6/6 here. Oh, we got that. I mean, that's pretty good. Can we 3-star any more gear? Let's see. We didn't 3-star this. Let's try this. Hoscarol, Rhonda. Go. It's a balanced TKT, right? So if I want to progress my account, this is the way I look at it. If I want to progress my account, often the fusion champions are great for progression. So if I want to do a fusion, I need shards. If I need shards, I need Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Now, if you work that way back, then you need to start on focusing on getting to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean everything that I do, if it's not to do with Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, I don't do it. It's more, I have to be, everything I'm doing overall is for that ultimate goal to get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, because the longer I put it off, the longer it's going to take me to get, I might miss a very good fusion. Imagine if they do another Pythion fusion style thing. This new fusion they've got, I'm not so worried about. I don't think it's that, I'm not missing out much. But imagine if it was another Pythion style fusion, right? That I'm losing out on. That would be huge. So everything that I'm doing is less about it's not so much that I'm slowing my progression to get to Clan Boss. It is everything I'm doing is with the mindset that I need to get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. I'm putting Coffin Smasher as a priority because I know he'll be good in everything else, but he's also very powerful for Clan Boss. I'm putting Hoscarol as a priority because he's got an increased defense on a 4-turn cooldown, which is going to be very good for Clan Boss, but he's also got an A2 stun, so he's going to work well for dungeon waves. So it's not that I'm actually only focusing on Clan Boss, it is actually that I'm trying to find a way to get there as quickly as I can whilst also progressing everywhere else. You're not 3-starring champions with... Yeah, I got 2-star. You're right. Sorry. You are right. It's alright. I got a star though. I got a star, which I couldn't do before. Yeah, we're not doing all these at the moment. I don't think I'm strong enough even with Hoscarol yet. We'd need like if we're 1-star in everything, if we want to get there, we would need to get to... How many would we need? We need 35 plus 3 to 38, so there's one more in here, 37. 1-starring is a bit of a problem, really. I don't think we can get through 2-star. But it's okay to 1-star, I think. It's not a problem, right? Yeah, the problem with increased resistance is unless you have it at the start of battle, it's kind of useless. And I think generally, we'll go over the fusion now in a second. Let me just finish this bit off, and then we're going to swap accounts. We're going to talk about the fusion. I think I've ranted and raved enough about the free-to-play experience of my life today. I'm not wasting energy genes. I'm deliberately doing it with 4 because I know I can't complete it with 2. And I don't mind that I don't mind some wasted energy here because actually I'm farming gear at stage 6 soon because I'll be getting speed boots. I know I can't get the 3 stars here, but you can see I probably couldn't do it with 2 champions. I don't even know if I'm going to do it with... I don't even know if I'm going to get this done, actually. We'll find out now. We're not going to get this boss down because I lost my decreased defense. Unless we get super lucky. Nope. Right, no more of that. The reason why I wanted to get to this stage is I wanted to get to here. I wanted to farm this. I want to do some stage 6 because I want to try and get myself some 6-star speed boots that I can just take to 16. Because that gives all my... If I can get basically 4 sets or 3 to 4 sets of 6-star speed boots, that's just going to give all my champions some base speed to get to 170 speed. And it will make a dramatic difference to the ability of my account to do stuff. Because right now, I'm scraping builds together that are not good. Because I just don't have... I don't have the gear, right? I've been trying to farm a bit of Dragon. But Dragon 16 is good. But it's going to take an awful lot of energy that I just don't have to do that right now. Let's just stop you. Hoscarol. this is where I think Hoskel's going to be really good. When I get him booked on his A2, and the nice thing about Hoskel's A2 is he only needs 3 epic books, right? 2 epic books have landed on his A3 already. So we already have a 4-turn A3. I just need to get books on his A2, and then we've basically got a 75% stun on a wave. It's quite big. It's not necessarily perfect, but it's going to be pretty reliable. That Oathbound needs to kind of die. Ronda. Are you going for the new fusion? No. See, I want speed boots here. I know I can't get it because I don't have the shards. Yeah, the thing is, TKT, I would normally do that, but because of the way that the account is going and the shard luck that I'm having, I'm not expecting to get good champions. So I'm working what I've got. So that's why I did Coffin Smasher, because there was 3 reasons why I did Coffin Smasher. 1, I didn't have a HP burn champion. He was my only one. But I did have a Harken, so I have an option to do burn into extend, into spread. The other thing was I didn't have a reliable decrease attack. I had a good one on Runic Warder, but not a reliable one. And the other reason why I did it, I figured decreased attack on bosses, single target for things like Eternal Dragon and other things, would mean that it would be worth it long term. So I felt like the big picture was Coffin Smash was worth doing. And Hoskerl, Hoskerl's going to be will be a strong carry. And even if Hoskerl doesn't become a strong carry, he's still good for Faction Wars. Because him and Syl will basically do all of Faction Wars. No Flying Fridge. We've been stuck. Anyway, let's do the free-to-play experience of Arena, refresh, and have 0 battles. Yay. 0 battles. Oh, that one might be possible. This is the thing, right? You'd think, oh, well, this might be possible, but I guarantee you I won't be fast enough, right? My Diabolist is only 198 speed. I will not be fast enough for this, I'm pretty sure. Because they've got a bigger aura than me, and they've also got 60s, so they'll have banners. You go, speed boost, boom, and I'm dead. So there's no point me fighting those fights because I'll lose. So it's just an awful experience. Anyway, let's get off the free-to-play. I've had enough of it now. It can rot in hell. I will fight that quickly. Yeah, Hoskel's going to be good. That's why I 60s those 2 champions. Like, a lot of people would say 60 the Deacon, 60 the Orogrim, but I felt like if I 60'd Orogrim, I'd just be getting a slightly upgraded Kale, so I wouldn't be getting much bang for my buck at the moment because I don't have the books. And if I 60 Deacon, all I'm getting is War Master. He's doing his job at 50. A lot of people are like, oh, 60 Ronda. Ronda's got good damage. Yes, but Genbo's coming, and Genbo's definitely going to be a 60, and Genbo will replace Ronda for damage, probably. So, right, let's get off the free-to-play. I've had enough. It's awful. Let's go on to something else. Mark, the speed in which they put out the fusions is exactly the same speed they've put out the fusions for the last 3 years. It may feel like a lot, but I think that's because there's a lot of other things going on in the game. The fusion pace itself hasn't changed. Let's close this. Let's grab the infographic up on the new fusion, shall we? Where is it? Here we go. So far, OBS hasn't crashed on me, so that's good. Let's zoom out. Right. So guys. Oella. Pretty cool looking champion, right? I really like the artwork, the design, the graphics of the Sylvan Watchers. I think the Sylvan Watchers faction is really nice. It's really cool. How many CVC points did I collect? I'll show you my CVC record now in my main account once we talked about this. So what do we get? We get an A1, which is has a 80% chance of placing a 30% decreased speed for 2 turns, and it's books to 100%. And the debuff cannot be resisted if Altan of the Shell is on the same team. So if Altan is really good, then this is a big difference, right? Because it's the only debuff on the kit on her build, so you don't need accuracy. If Altan is bad, then you're going to need accuracy in the build, and it means it's a bit difficult. It's a bit harder. So that's the thing to keep in mind. That's a bit trickier. However, 100% chance A1 decreased speed is very good for the bosses that it applies to, right? It's good for things like Dark Fae, Iron Twins, Sand Devil, those kind of things. Now, what I would say is I feel like this champion has been designed as if we're playing the game correctly. And what I mean by that is, oh, well, you're doing Iron Twins and you need to land that decreased speed because that's how you beat the boss. So it's almost like Geomancer doesn't exist, because actually what most people do is they put the Geomancer burn on, they stick Aox in their team, and then they want to abuse the passive by using buffs to force the boss to take more turns so that you get more attacks on those single burn of that Geomancer, and the boss dies really, really, really quickly. So it's going, oh, well, Geomancer doesn't exist. And I'm like, but Geomancer does exist, so why would I need this? So for Iron Twins, it's kind of like that. Good for the Sand Devil, I guess, but she doesn't bring anything other than a single debuff. So you always got that in your mind. She's clearly been designed with the idea that resistance numbers are too high, or accuracy numbers are too high, so you need increased resistance. So you get like a 30% fill on a 3-turn cooldown, and you get increased resistance on all allies. So for PvE content, it's okay. But again, it's as if they're assuming that we're running the game to try and resist things. Like, I don't need increased resistance in Hydra because I can abuse it with Cantra. I can do decrease accuracy much more reliably than I can increase my own resistance. We do get a decent heal, but the problem with the heal is it's on the target's max HP, not on her HP. So you can't build her tanky and then give everyone a big heal. If you're untanky champions, you're like your DPS champions, they're only going to get 30% equal to their max HP. So it actually reduces the strength of this heal quite considerably versus other champions that may do things like heals everyone by 20% of their max HP, of the healer's max HP. So it's whenever you see a heal, it's very important that you check whose HP it's healing from, because it makes a massive difference to the strength of the heal. Now, having another 3-turn increase, 3-turn cooldown, 1-turn increase is good, but we do have quite a lot now, and I can't see how you would trade this for Godseeker in any clan boss scenario, because I think Godseeker's got the passive 10% extra heal on everything. It's also got a heal on that A2, and it's got different effects. So, and then we have this passive: whenever an ally loses 15% of their max HP from a single hit, places a continuous heal buff. So obviously if that ally is just going to die, then that's not going to work. But if they don't die, then great, you get a heal. And then obviously if Altan is on the team, it becomes pretty good, because effectively you get 2 turns and then it goes back to a 1-turn and you get it instantly. So it feels like she needs Altan to actually put her into, okay, she's actually better. But if you don't have Altan, then she's like, okay, so you've got increased resistance, an okay heal, and a decreased speed. It's okay, right? It's alright. It's not bad. It's just when you come off the back of a Pythion, which has an AoE revive, which is a full team cleanse, which is a block debuffs, which is a passive which gives you 25% damage reduction, and the next fusion you get is an okay heal and a 30% turn meter fill with increased resistance, you're a little bit like, well, at least she looks good. So for my main, I'll get her, right? Because a fusion on my main is a bit of work, but it's not too bad. I'll just, if there's a free epic, I'll pick up the free epic. If not, I'll just do the work. I'll do the events as normal. I'll pick her up because she might become useful someday in the future, right? There's champions that people like Mother Sibel, people like Morrigan, and different things where we kind of go, she's not that amazing. They're okay, but then they become pretty good in a specific area. So I will get her on my main. I think everyone shouldn't skip a fusion just because it's not like game breaking. But I'm quite relieved for my free to play because I'm not sitting here going, I wish I had this. If it was another Pythion style champion, I'd be sitting on my free-to-play going, oh god, this is awful. Because not only am I not getting champions for the shards, I can't even get the fusion. But this is okay. It's an okay champion. I just think that the problem is Plarium are putting a little bit too much eggs into the, oh, well, increased resistance is really good. Where all the player base is going, increased resistance is only good if it happens when I enter the battle. There's a reason why you don't see Raf Matab and Beauregard in Arena. Because they have to take a turn before they can do the increased resistance. So if you have to take a turn, you have to go first. And it's like, well, if I'm going first, I can just kill people. And if I'm not going first, I need the resistance to make sure that I can go first, but I don't have the buff to basically make the resistance work, and then the enemy's got increased accuracy. So you see what I mean? It just doesn't work, because you need a champion that basically goes, at the start of battle, applies increased resistance to all your team, and it's protected. Then we are talking a really, really good champion. But until you have that effect, increased resistance in Arena is pointless. Because increased accuracy exists. And it's easier to build accuracy than it is to build resistance. You basically, well, you need an increased resistance buff that can apply before an enemy can take a turn. I am a bit grumpy today, Swiftcut. Probably a bit too grumpy. But I think the champion is okay, right? So this is my breakdown. I don't think it's a terrible champion. We've had worse fusions, right? I just think if people are stressing about whether they can get the fusion, I wouldn't stress about the fusion, right? I don't think you're losing too much. It also like heavily depends on this Altan of the Shell, her partner. If like Altan the Shell is like, you know, Marichka level, then we might be sitting there going, well, actually, when you put the two of them together, if she does something to Altan, like if she makes Altan do something really, really crazy, then it's a completely different context, because now we're not looking at her as just one champion. We're looking at her as, what can she do to Altan? You know, we're looking at her as a pairing. A bit like Venus Cupidus. Venus on her own is really good. Cupidus on his own, not so good. Like, he's okay, but he's just a standard nuker. Venus and Cupidus together are meta-defining. It's the same thing with Coronar and Manaya. Coronar on his own, he's okay. Manaya on her own is a bit like this champion. It's alright, but it's nothing special. You put them together, and they become quite an obnoxious duo. So I think it's a case of we can't really like put all our eggs in the basket and go for the fusion or not go for the fusion until we see what Altan has got. And how is Altan going to be a champion we can get, or is he going to have to be summoned? Does she do something to Altan that maybe she's worth getting? Because if you do ever get Altan, then he's really, really good. So, where do you think the best place to be? She has been designed, El Haxo, and I can see how she's been designed for Iron Twins, for Hydra, and for the Sand Devil, right? She's been designed for high stat content. Content where the enemies have 600 accuracy. You know, people like Bommel, although Gnishak kind of makes Bommel a joke now. This is it, Mark, right? Coronar's good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Coronar's bad. He's a void legendary. What I'm saying is when you put Coronar with Manaya, he goes from here to here. He goes absolutely insane in terms of frustration in Arena. You if you hit him too many times, it's going to be really bad. But on their own, they're just not as good. But she does look amazing. Like the artwork, you can never fault the art design teamwork in Plarium. They always nail it. I don't think I've seen, apart from like the rares that they released or some of the, like, you know, some of the epics, most of the champions they released are always they look amazing, which is why Raid is so dominant. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Sylvan Watcher's Faction Wars right now. I mean, Faction Wars isn't going to be out for another 3 months. I pretty much have nearly all the faction. Like, apart from a few legendaries, I got them all. I mean, they normally get test server access for every fusion these days. So there's a strong possibility they'll probably get a test server, I would imagine. Visuals are good, but too many reuse skills. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any reuse skills here, to be fair. I think her kit is pretty unique. Like, her passive is pretty unique. She's got increased resistance, which is only on 2 champions or 3 champions right now. Her A2 being a heal and that increased duration is like a Giga Charged Aniri. That's a bit reused, but yeah. So that's what I think about the fusion. I think, you know, I'm not worried about it on my. I'm not worried about it on my free to play. what I will be looking for my free-to-play is I will be looking for what epics. If it's a traditional fusion, I'll be looking at what epics can I get. Yes, I know about that. Go away. What epics can I get from that fusion? Is there an epic with ally protection? Is there an epic that's going to help me progress in my free-to-play account? Because that's what I want to pick up. I'm not too worried about the fusion on my free-to-play because I don't feel like I lose too much, right? It'd be nice to have a healer, but I can find the healer from somewhere. You know? But in terms of like the extension, what I was saying here, like Sacred Order, where is she? I'd still take this ability. Right? I take this ability because of this. It's so strong. Everyone gets 10% more healing, 15% heal. Their max HP. I would just take this. I think Godseeker and Eerie is a better champion if you need a healer. Even for faction war, it all comes to gear, epics and gear you get. Why can't? I think there's a point, G-Car, right? So it's not like you need void legendaries to complete the content, but you need certain roles of champions, right? So for example, as I've been saying, you can't really do Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss unless you have at least either an ally protector or an unkillable or block damage, right? You need one of those three. You can't go into Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss with a Lodric who only places ally protection on one ally and expect to do Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. It doesn't matter how good your gear is, you're never going to be able to do it because you just don't have the champions. As long as you pick up one of those champions, it's okay. It was one of the complaints that I had when... It's one of the complaints I had when Hydra came out. They required you to have Perfect Veil, and there was only one champion or two champions in the game that were really viable for it, which is Duchess and I think Rector, but she was conditional. And this was before Tutora came out as a fusion. And I was literally sitting here going, the problem isn't the mechanics, it's the lack of champion availability, because you couldn't bring anyone other than Duchess, because the only solution was either a Shamael or a Duchess, right? And you could have the best gear in the world, you're still going to get feared. So I agree to some extent that gear is important, but I disagree that it's not like you don't need to worry about champions, because you still need the right type of champion to do the content. So I went a bit crazy on CBC this week because I had like about 4 weeks worth of books. I hadn't booked a champion in about a month. And obviously we did a lot of Fire Night. So I hit 605,000, which is mostly done through Fire Night, Faction Wars. We also did a bit of, what did we do? We did a bit of Forge Materials. That was about 35 or 36 legendary books and around about 40 epic books there. It actually is more than you would, it's not as much resource as you think. Apart from the one pack of like 17,000 energy that I ran in Fire Night, which is about 225,000 points, I didn't whale for any of that. That's just like the materials I've acquired over the last month. That's like legendary books from stuff. So gear cleanse is required. Yeah, cool. You know it. But yeah, so that was just like legendary champions, right? Booked because I missed the last window in which I book. I only ever book during clan versus clan, and normally I tend to use my books first in a personal, and I missed the last couple of personals. So I actually had about a month's worth of I had about a month's worth of books, legendary books and epic books that I've been holding on to. I was planning on going big. We also had Pythion, right? I pulled Pythion during this fusion. So that's like 30,000 points, you know. Do you know what? Actually, champion training, I didn't even need to train any champions, really. The books are substantial. Having books in the champion training now has made a difference. I haven't pushed champion training. This is literally just books. This 12,000 pretty much. You know, you get, what was it, 200 per legendary? So if you think I did 36 books, I got 7,200 champion training points from just booking my champions. Yeah, exactly. 3v3, you get like 4,000 to 8,000 from Faction Wars every day. If you do 3v3 refills, it's pretty good energy. Like if you buy the 1 or 2 refills, it's something like 65. It's like 55 gems, and you get like 10,000 points. Forge materials is a great way to get some silver and also some CVC. So you'd be surprised how quickly you pick up the points. And they've made it now pretty good. So you can see tier 6, the lowest possible used to be around about 400,000, depending on whether there was a fusion cycle or not. And it was actually, if you didn't hit like 420,000, you couldn't guarantee that you would be in the tier 6 personal rewards. But because they've now doubled the capacity of tier 6 to 2%, you can go as low as 306,000 and you will place into tier 6 the next time. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility now, where if you know you can't quite reach the 400,000 this time, you're still going to have the opportunity next time, because obviously your placement is determined based on where you place now, right? I'm in tier 5 because I only hit 230,000 last time because I didn't wake up in time to use my materials. I slept in. But next time I'll be in tier 6. But if I don't have enough materials to get to 400,000, I can sit at around about 320,000, grab everything other than these shards and this XP at the top here, and I'll be in tier 6 next time. So it's really good. So what personal rewards do you get for tier 5? I haven't claimed them yet, because if you don't claim your personal rewards, if you claim them now, right, all this energy will just go straight into my energy and it will fill up my energy bar. If I wait for the event to go, it goes into your mailbox for 7 days. And then you can claim the energy when you want to claim the energy. It's why I haven't claimed it yet. But I get, what, 1, 2, 3... So I get 4 epic books, 3 void shards, an ancient shard. Was it 6, 12, 6, 12. So 2,400 energy. Something like that. Which is about the same here, pretty much. 2,400 energy. Some epic critical damage, a bit of chickens, and then clan XP. Yeah, you can wait, Darth. You don't need to claim it straight away. It'll stay here. As soon as this goes away, you basically get the items in your mailbox for 6 days or 7 days, which means you don't have to. If I claim it right now, it'll fill this bar up, and then obviously I'll have to use that energy or I lose my refill. But yeah, it's pretty good. So, but yes, we need a gear cleanse, guys. This is the aftermath of the Fire Knight farming and Hydra. And I muled a bit of gear as well. Hey, you should have checked my... Do you know what I had today? I had... From my Ultra Nightmare chest, I had 2 Sacreds, a Legendary book, and I had 2 Epic books from Nightmare. So I'm already back up to 4 Epic books. How crazy is that, right? So in this window, we have booked Tila. Tila is now an option for us to do some content on for Hydra. We can build a team around Tila, which would be quite fun. We also booked up Tumacia, so now I have a reliable Spider 25 farm. We haven't booked up Marinix yet. That's something I still need to do. We booked up... Who else did we book up? We booked up someone else. We've booked and fully leveled up Pythion. Where is he? Where is the bad boy? There he is. We've got masteries pretty much ready to go. We need to build Pythion. I've got a blessing. I haven't quite decided what blessing to put on Pythion yet, but we've got a blessing for Pythion that we can pick from. Rhonda's not booked either. We're going to do some stuff on her eventually, I guess, when I get a chance. We did manage to book Akimtum now, so we can properly test his abilities, because all these things are going to work fully, which is quite cool. We have got a booked Fulger to do some tests on, a 5-star awakened Fulger, which again, I don't know whether to put something like Phantom Touch on her, or whether or not that. I'm kind of waiting as well, because I know we've got Blessings reworks coming. So I'm kind of sitting there thinking, do I just wait to see what they do with the Blessings? Because maybe they add some new Blessings, maybe they change some things. I don't really know. So I'm kind of waiting a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Plagues. I feel like I should wait in before I lock in any more Blessings, just to see. Well, yes, Kevin, what I actually want to try is I'm curious to see what a Marinix with an Akimtum can do, right? Where is Marinix gone? Where is the beast? Where is she? She's around here somewhere. Anyone spot a Marinix? Oh, I've lost Marinix. She was here somewhere. Is she a 60? Is she awakened? I don't know. Ever since they've done Awakening, I can never find any champions anymore. She's level 32 and Awakened. Right, okay. So that must mean she is down here in the Awakened bunch. Level 30. There, right. Good lord. So, obviously, Marinix require... The problem with Marinix was always you need Hex. Increases this champion's Hex. This attacks champion by every Hex under, right? Cool. Resets the cooldown if they kill an enemy under Hex. Will ignore unkillable and shield buffs if they're under Hex. She can obviously place Hex. Cool. This is what I'm interested in. Has a 75% chance to place up to 2 extra hits of the targets under Hex debuff. The chance to place each extra hit is calculated individually per hit. So I'm curious to see if we can make a team with Marinix and Akimtum. Because Akimtum is never going to let Hex fall off. Be quite curious, right? Yeah, I know. Trying to find champions. Ever since they've added Awakening is a lot harder. We need a name search. You improved your finite team from fairly consistent 2.5 minutes to a consistent 1 minute 15, only getting unlucky with 3% from Lydia. Nice. There is ways to mitigate the 3% genes. I know Sophia, our mod in the Discord, has done a lot of work to do that. I personally don't run that team anymore, so I don't have to worry about it. I've got a ghost spawn, so I have a cheat code. But yeah. So yeah, so that's who we booked. We booked Pythion. We booked up to Messiah so that I could run a better Spider 25 team, because my Spider 25 team was failing at around about an 80% rate. And we also booked up Tila so that we can do some content on her in Hydra and maybe build a Nightmare team around Tila. Gives us more options. We booked up the Akimtum, and I also started booking up some Fulgers and Siege Hulks. Siege Hulk is a pretty good champion, so I'm going to do some stuff on around him as well. And I want to see what a 5-star Fulger can do, because obviously next rotation we go back to the Dark Fae, and I want to see if I can bring in Fulger for Dark Fae, because she has got this 100% chance to fully deplete a target's turn meter, and she's also got this ability to destroy max HP. She hits pretty hard, but she self-buffs. So if this champion is 2 or fewer buffs at the start of the turn, places an increased attack and a 30% increased crit damage buff on this champion for 1 turn, which means I can basically go in with Fulge as my fastest champion, or close to my fastest champion, kill everyone with this ability. She'll get all her turn meter back, because this happens per enemy. So when she does this, she's going to get 15% times 5 or 6, because, well, 5. No, 6, because we're going to crit on the boss. So she's going to basically get an extra turn, then fully deplete the target's turn meter, and then fall into rotation. And it's a 4-turn cooldown and a 3-turn cooldown. So she's got sustain, she's got damage, she's got turn meter control. I think she'd be quite good into Dark Fae. And because I had a 5-star soul, I thought, you know, why not? We could either go and put on Cruelty on her, which would get us up to 15% off the boss, which is Dark Fae and thinking. Or we can go Phantom Touch. Or we can go Crushing Rend. But I still feel like Crushing Rend, unless you're 6 out of 6, is worthless. And I would never buy a 6 out of 6 Fulger. I'd pull it if I got it, right? But I don't think anything else is good. It's basically Phantom Touch or Cruelty. I just haven't decided which one yet. Or even Hero Soul, right? Technically, Hero Soul would be quite good, because, little known fact, I know it says they're minions. I'm pretty sure the correlation between the boss and the minion doesn't matter. If you attack a boss with an ability, this will basically boost your damage based on the number of enemies that are on the battlefield. Not whether they're minions or not. It doesn't really matter. The number of opponents you face, as long as you're attacking a boss, you will get this bonus. So I could get in, what is it, 1.5 times 6? So I could get 9% more damage from Hero Soul when the allies are up, the mirror clones are up in Dark Fae. So, how good is Chronum? I'm farming mastery from now on its main. Chronum is a Sand Devil alternative to Ninja. One of the few. Very good. Kind of, the cool thing about Chronum in Sand Devil is you can basically run a budget, unbooked, unequipped Jamasa, let Jamasa die, and he will permanently revive himself with Jamasa's passive. So you don't actually need to even gear a very strong Jamasa. Whereas obviously when you do the Godseeker and Nerian Ninja, you need both of them to be pretty tanky. Why is Ghost Spawn a cheat code? Hey Dutchy, by the way. Hey, you're welcome. Ghost Spawn is a cheat code because he can't 3%. Because Ghost Spawn... Where is Ghost Spawn? He's in here somewhere. There he is. Ghost Spawn will place decreased defense and it cannot be resisted, and he will place increased attack on your allies. So people run Lydia because you get double buffs, but Lydia can obviously 3% the decreased defense and the weaken. Ghostborn cannot 3% his decreased defense, which means as long as you don't need the weaken, which my Seer does not, you get a guaranteed stable run. Best gear sets for Vogoth, probably either Guardian, Bolster, or Regeneration. You need to heal him. You don't want him to be super tanky because you need him to take damage to heal your team, but you don't want him to die, so you want to prioritize HP. And normally things like Guardian are going to heal him better. Things like Regen will heal him, Bolster will heal him, but also you get extra benefits from it. Hey, Space Toad. When I get 6-star pops up... yeah, 6-star Seer, right? Woohoo! 6-star Seeker. Woohoo! I've got pretty good luck on my main account with Awakenings, so yeah. So we've got a few options here right now. We could either build out some Pythions, or we can build a clan boss team. So what we're going to do, I'm going to engage my audience, as they say. We're going to start a poll. What should we do? You decide what you want me to do. Build Pythion, or build a traditional 2-1 clan boss CB team. Ask your community. Vote now. I'm going to get a drink to just relax my voice, and I'm going to hopefully be, when I come back, hopefully we won't be so anxious and stressed about the free-to-play life. And once you have decided what you want to do, we are going to do that. I don't think we're going to have time to do both, unfortunately, because I ranted too long about the free-to-play. So we can blame that for that. But yeah. Pythion for what? Well, I haven't quite decided what I'm going to build him for, Swiftgut. Probably Arena, I would have thought. We can have a look. So basically build Pythion for something. That's your decision. If you want me to build Pythion for something, we can talk about what we'll build him for, or we can build the clan boss team. The clan boss team we will build is to test different champions. It will be a traditional, it's basically how you build your first clan boss team, but we'll be doing a 2-1 version, or instead of a 1-1, but we're going to look at a 1-1 as well. So there'll be a bit of, if you're interested in knowing how speed tuning works and stuff, we'll be going through in terms of trying to build it on the calculator. We'll be picking some champions tiers. We'll be looking at options. And what I want to do is I want to do some tests around Akimtum. I want to do some tests around Frozen Banshee. And also we have a champion in the vault that I've been meaning to test for a while. We'll pull him out right now. Where is he? Venshi. I wanted to test Venshi as well. I want to try and compare some poisoners. So yeah, if you want a 2-1 clan boss tutorial, then vote for the clan boss. We'll see. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Oh, it's a close one. $48 to 52%. Ooh. I can never get bored of building clan boss teams, believe it or not. ULX. You would think you could, but I can never get bored of it. We're going to compromise. I'm going to build Pythion and do the clan boss team. How about that? It kind of made the poll meaningless. But hey, it gave me something to focus on when I was getting a drink. So both. There you go. I aim to please everyone as much as I can. Pythion. Where is Pythion? I keep losing my Pythion. He goes wandering. So I really don't know where to build my Pythion. Rigged poll. I know, right? You all got baited by it. Pythion could go in the clan boss team. I don't think he's very good in a clan boss team, I'll be honest. I think there are better champions. I think pairing him with the double reviver is a good idea. He can go in any team, right? He can be your block debuffs if you want him to. I just think you lose like a lot of his value. I mean, we can basically do both. Basically, we could build him with the team in mind. But obviously, like depending on where we use him, we need to decide what mastery tree to run. We haven't decided yet. I don't know which masteries to run on him. So I wonder if we've got anything interesting in terms of... We got some banners here. Anything interesting? Oh, wait, look, we missed on that. Oh. Shame. Shame. Right, what we need to do is we need to get the extractor open anyway. Yeah, I agree. ULX, you are 100% correct, right? He's one of those champions you'd never opt to. It's like Lydia, right? A lot of people will use Lydia in clan boss, and I did it at one point. I used Lydia in clan boss, and what I realized is you're locking a unique champion or strong champion in a team, then you can't use them for other things. And that's why I wouldn't necessarily go and say, you know, straight away you want to use Pythion in clan boss. He is one of those things, if you need a champion for clan boss, he will do it for you. But I wouldn't recommend that you actually do that unless you have no choice, right? So well, that didn't roll very well either. Do we have... What banners we got here? Let's see. Undead, Orcs, Demon Spawn, Night Revs, Ogrin, Demon Spawn, High Elf. Okay, so we don't have anything in there. That's fine. Yeah, so I took my Lydia out of my clan boss team so I could use her other places. Yeah, that's true, Swiftcut. I would actually argue that probably the Demitha teams are a little bit better now because they require less resources and you have more flexibility with them, and they're still champions you don't use. Yeah, like exactly, ULX. The two champion, not so much Godseeker, because I think Godseeker can have a universal build, but certainly Necmo. Like Necmo, you want in Relentless and really fast for Hydra, and locking them into an Iron Twins team is just like, it's killing the champion. It's one of those unfortunate things. So I agree, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think overall, if you do the overall math, right, if you basically add up all the speed required in Bat Eater and add up all the speed required in a Mythfu or a Mythair or Mythwatcher, not so much Mythwatcher, that's a bit more extreme, the actual overall speed that you require and then the flexibility in terms of the DPS slots are much better. Yeah, Mythfu, you don't have any problems with Infinity, Swiftcut. And a lot of the Mythic teams, you can easily resolve affinity issues. It's not that much of a problem. Normally with the Mythic teams is one fast champion, whereas Bat Eater you need 3 reasonably fast champions, and Bat Eater, the DPS slot is like Thane. You don't really have much, you know, there's like 4 champions that fit in the DPS slot. You don't have that much option. Image of Altan in the clan main. Oh, they just posted something, have they? They've delivered some fixes, apparently. In the clan main chat. Which clan main chat, Carnifex? Oh, right. Sorry, clan main chat. I'm with you. Where is it? Yeah, that's come from Facebook, right? I don't know if you've seen on Facebook. We've got it on the website at the moment. Let's just go to. You come down to the website and have a look at here. You can see that you've got this. They've gone all League of Legends here with like a soundtrack and everything. You know, it's pretty cool. They've gone very League of Legends. That's kind of like what League of Legends would do, right? They'd have a cinematic release thing and stuff like that. So I quite like it. I think the more they market the champions like that, it's really good. I enjoy it. It's a nice trailer, right? They do look. They always look good. The champions always look good. Getting them doesn't look good. What's the fastest Ultra Nightmare team? Got my Ultra Nightmare team. So I think the fastest Mr. Cat is like a double Demitha Turvold style team where you basically get 10 buffs on Turvold and smack the boss to oblivion. I think it can be done in like 10 minutes with good gear. ULX has named it. They can spend as much million as they want. It's still the same events. Game down? Game down? I'm in the game. They did just post an announcement they were releasing some changes, right? Hang on. What did they say? We're delivering some fixes in order to address the mentioned rumors. While you may still experience occasional glitches here and there, the situation overall moves towards gradual stabilization. Whatever that means. You cannot relog in. Raid crashed. Okay. Well, that's fun to know. Does Steel Bowyer's max HP damage do a lot less damage than others? Was thinking trying her. I don't know. That's the honest answer. I don't know. Let me check. Steel Bowie's multiplier is... I don't know because the skill changes when you're not... What do you want, Pat? What? You've had food. You don't have any more. Which one is it? Which ability of hers does max HP? Steel Bowyer, Steel Bowyer, Steel Bowyer. I gotta find her. What faction is she? Is she a Dark Elf? Dark Elf, Dark Elf, Dark Elf. Let's have a look what the champion guide says. 0.02. It's 2% of the target's HP, so yes, a lot. Cold Heart's 10%, for example. It's a lot less. It's only 2%. What's the old adage? You gotta break it before you fix it. Hey guys, I'm in game because I'm not doing anything. Because I'm still undecided how I'm gonna build Pythion. Right, hang on a second. We've got to bribe the cat. Do you want something out of here, do you? Some of these? Right then. Does Demitha teams run quicker than Bat Eater? How long does your Batty to take, Swift Cut? Don't do a run yet. Don't move. Don't blink. Don't touch anything. Just stare at my forge. What noise for? Sorry, we're bribing the cat right now so that we get some peace and quiet. Your Bat Eater is 9. We're saying 1 key, yeah? Yeah, so my Myth Watcher runs a bit slower because it's still being optimized. But I can hit 1 key. I used to hit 1 key on my last team with Gintoro by about turn 24. That's it, no more. No more, otherwise you'd be a fat cat. That's it. No more. So, let's talk about Pythion then. Where are we going to build him? I think we build him a bit like Duchess, right? There's my Duchess build. 250 speed, 580 resistance. I think we build him exactly the same way because for me, he's not going to go into any dungeon team because he's not going to increase the speed. He's not. He could go into my Hydra team, but the Hydra team is quite compatible with an arena team, I feel. So I feel like I build him for arena. Yeah, Bat Eater is dead. I agree with Ardes. I think you probably don't... Like, Bat Eater is still the most popular clan boss team, believe it or not. Because people haven't realized that building a Myth Air team is faster and easier. Yes, there's some affinity issues initially, but once it's built, it's better than Bat Eater because it actually requires less speed overall. And you have more flexibility in terms of the DPS options available to you. Whereas the Bat Eater requires all of your DPS and all of your debuffs to be in one basket. We could do Bolster Darky. Yeah, it's a good idea. The only thing I fear about not having him in something like a Stone Skin is what if I need him to take a turn? Like, Stone Skin guarantees he takes a turn. I suppose with Bolster, we automatically get 5% less damage. What I wanted to just quickly... What I was doing before we got distracted is I want to see if I've got any crazy banners. Oh, look at that. Oof. 22. That looks good. Whoa. 23 defense banner. There we go. We've got some good gear here. I have so many banners haven't rolled up. I mean, if we're going bolster, we've got to go HP, right? I don't really have any good reaction gear. It didn't roll very well. You know, Necmo's got his blood shield on, but I feel like that is pretty good, right? Have you tried Mr. Rider Dythe as a clan boss? No, Zombieland. He is on my list to do. I've got him, I think. I think I've got him. Have I got him? Is he in my account? Mr. Rider. Missed. I've got him, and I've got a soul on him. He's on my hit list. I haven't done him yet, but I will be doing him. What I always do, Plagues, is I always look at the accessories first, then I go to the optimizer. Does that team run 3 difficulties with the same setup like Bat Eater? Yes, Jeff. Full auto, all affinities, all difficulties. Yeah. Any decent single target turn meter reduction A1 champs to pair with Armiger for Fire Knight. Elfguard is at A2 on a 2-turn cooldown. Ruella is quite good. Plagues. Who is it asked him for that? It wasn't Plagues, it was Webb. Webb's FG. Ruella is quite good if you've got her. What does Dithey bring to the clan boss? He brings decreased defense and lots of extra turns. He would fit into a Bat Eater. So the only thing, as we're talking about Bat Eater versus the Mythic comps, Bat Eater does allow you to run Relentless, whereas the Mythic comps do not. Right? That's the only downside. The Mythic comps don't allow you to run it, Bat Eater does. So Mr. Rider Dithey, for example, can't run in a Demytha comp because he's just going to extra turn too many times and he's going to fail. He's going to break the thing. My Mr. Rider Dithey is actually booked on all of his main abilities. So we could even build a Bat Eater tonight if people wanted me to do that. So I think we pick this banner because I think that's the best banner I've got on my account, right? I mean, let's just check, right? Let's use the optimizer, as someone said. I'm not changing anything in the game right now because I feel like it's going to break, right? If we order by speed and ignore glyphs when sorting. So we have a 23 defense banner, a 22 HP. But if we're going to go bolster Pythion, I feel like a HP banner is good, right? What do you think, guys? There's resistance banners, which would be nice, but I feel like, to be honest, in the current meta, you're better off going Stone Skin than resistance. Because you're better off flipping the 50-50 than trying to get enough resistance to beat 800 accuracy champions with increased accuracy. Is Deacon needed for Bat Eater? No. Seeker is. You need Seeker for Bat Eater. If you don't have Seeker, you can't do Bat Eater. Yeah, so like this has got HP percentage with triple speed. And then we go here and we would say, okay, probably order by health. What do we want? So we probably want primary stat being health. And then we probably want one of these. Now, he doesn't do any debuffs, does he? Doesn't do any debuffs. Only heals. So to be honest, this one looks interesting. Here. And then rings-wise, we might as well go health. And we've got another one. So we could do that. I think that's good. Exactly, what are you doing? Go on. Double reaction with triple speed. We're already at 127 speed there. I think we do that. And then what we want to do is we want to go and reset this. We want to go balanced mode. We want to go in and require bolster. We're going to disable these slots. And then we're going to say he's probably going to have... Do you need Seeker for Mythfu? I think you do, but I think you can run it with Deacon as variants, Taha. There are variants with the Mythfu that can, or the Myth Air comps that can run with Deacon instead. So, masteries-wise, we can either go down the defense and support tree. Does he really require support tree? What does he... So... I suppose he heals. And obviously we could basically take like one of the support tree bottoms, like something like timed intervention. And we'd obviously get like cycle of magic. I don't know, what kind of masteries do you guys put on him? I feel like healing is good, but I don't think it's that important, right? I feel like maybe an offense with defense would be a good idea. Like, what capstone are we going to... Like, either we go timed intervention, or we go unshakable. We could go bulwark, but generally you don't want your reviver taking any damage. We could go War Master, if we're going to use him in other content. Like, obviously if I'm using him in Hydro, we want War Master, right? Yeah, his healing's good. I just don't know whether it's worth indexing into support. You gave him Unshakable, Citizen. High res, so I went with T6 Mastery, resistance and damage reduction, and extra healing. Because he is obviously only a... He's only a single... I suppose he's only a single target attack, right? I put Bulwark on my bolster champions. I went with Unshakable, and then the healing side. Yeah, a lot of people... What content am I building for? I kind of Arena Hydra clan boss modeling. I don't really think I'll put him in clan boss, to be honest. I'll show him how you can, but I won't use mine in clan boss. It's just whether do I want War Master for Hydra, because War Master damage in Hydra is decent. You know, it's not bad. It's pretty good. But he will predominantly probably go into Arena. Yeah, like you obviously if you wanted him more as a reviver, you'd go timed intervention, right? Any tips for climbing on 3v3 stuck on missions? Getting good go second teams, Mr. T2 Sugars, and making scary defenses. That's what you need to do. You really want him to protect your damage dealer. Okay, everyone's suggesting I go defense tree. Right, okay. So we're going to go probably that. Laura Steel, Steadfast, and probably Resistance. Everything except tier 1. I don't really care about all those. So we want to get basically index of HP up there. I probably want like a minimum of like 3,000 defense, but nothing more than that. And then probably speed to like 4. And then resistance to like 6. Let's see what that gives me. Is Pythion better than Duchess? They're different champions. They're similar but different, right? With Pythion, you're going to get an AoE revive with Strengthen instead of just an AoE revive with Veil, right? Pythion is going to cleanse plus block debuffs, whereas Duchess is going to Veil and increase attack plus debuffs. You get more buffs with Duchess, but you get more healing with Pythion. Pythion is more like comparing Raka with Duchess, okay? Raka's more of a healing turn meter boosting style Duchess, whereas Duchess is more of a buffer. And it's the same thing with him. If you want someone who heals more, you go Pythion, because the passive is all dependent on buffs. The other thing with Duchess is she doesn't require conditions for her passive. Her passive just works. However, her passive only applies to AoE. His passive applies to everything. So they're similar, but I think they're also different as well. I actually think they're quite good paired well together, if I'm being honest. Okay, I should probably put a minimum speed in here because it's prioritized way too many things. Let's go with minimum 250 speed. Boost it up. Yeah, I think Duchess is, again, like, it's difficult, right? It's different. It depends on the content. If we're talking arena defense, I think Duchess is stronger because you compare her with Candrathon, right? Or you compare her with other champions. She's got that ability to just innately be defensive. But I think Pythion in the current meta where buffs don't get removed is powerful. So I think the meta kind of defines a bit of priority as well. Like, I'll be honest, I don't use my Duchess other than outside of arena pretty much. I don't use her that often. What do we got here then? We have got... Why is it taken off? Oh, this must be my other Arbiter. So what I should have done first was actually check whether or not Bolston is leveling up. Look at all this gear that I haven't leveled up. Is there anything crazy good? Like, that needs to go away. Is this going to work? Game says yes. Anything else? There you go, look. What's this? That's nothing. Oops, pressed the wrong button. Let's just make sure everything's leveled up first to 8. Got some silver. That's pretty bad. Don't really care about that. Yes. This doesn't get much better, does it? Than that. Except for the fact it low rolled a little bit, but it doesn't get much better than that. And the same thing here. Doesn't get much better than that. Speed, HP percentage, flat HP. Everything you want in a bolster piece. Speed, HP. How? I dropped 15,000 silver on ×3 Savage and I sold about, out of the 800 runs, I sold about 600 pieces. Getting silver is all about whaling and then selling lots of gear. Once you have the gear to sell, you're pretty good to go. The problem is actually having the gear to the whaling power, which I haven't really been done. I haven't done an awful lot of it. Right, let's just try that again now. Live refresh. I'm going to put the accessories on him because I think they are the ones I'm going to go for. Definitely you. Definitely you. And wasn't there a HP ring here? Definitely you. We'll just take this to 12. Cool. Resistance. Live refresh. Let's go again. They still need to look at the annoyingness of the enemy, rather look for the fights. Okay. Does it stack the damage reduction? It's multiplicative. So if I take 10,000 damage, it will go multiplied by 0.25, multiplied by 0.25. So it's multiplicative. So it's not exactly additive. It's not. It will stack with each other, but it will multiply with itself. Wow, we went down there. 63,000. Did it like... Oh, because we're not maxed the level. Helps if we max the level, right? 81,000 bolster, 3k defense, 250 speed, 329 resistance. Now, obviously, we could basically, instead of requiring that, say, like 500 resistance. Now we're getting into the realms of really difficult gearing. To the extent we can't do it. Oh, we didn't set glyphs. Oh, still you might. Right, so we want +4. Like plus, I don't know, 10. Defensive, +5. HP, 5. Try again. Right, there we go. Pretty good. 75,000 bolster, 250 speed, 3k defense, 510 resistance. What does the role selection do? It is a beta feature that I'm working on. It will basically power our own player power rating, which is more intelligent. So when you pick a tank, it's going to basically prioritize stats that are relevant for a tanking role, right? Whereas right now, the in-game player power goes, do you have resistance? If you have lots of resistance, your champion is very powerful. And it's like, well, it's not relevant, is it? I'm drinking mixed fruit Copperberg. Yes. So for Ring Defense, Pythion, Duchess, alternate new fusion. No, Duchy, you need a win condition. That will die eventually. You need a win condition. Bolster with less than 90k won't bring enough. I don't know. It's quite a lot. Keep in mind, so how much is Bolster's what, 30%? Right? Bolster's a 30% shield. So 75 times 1.3. It's like 22,000 shield. But, Darky, that doesn't stop me combining it with another bolster shield. Like a Brogni. We could go Brogni, Duchess, Pythion, Candrathon. Double it up. I mean, this is only doing this because I'm setting quite a fast speed, right? So if I decided to drop the speed down to, say, like 230, what do we get? $77. What if I boost that? $77,000. And, like, obviously, I'm requiring resistance at a quite high level. And because I've locked the banner as a HP banner, that kind of makes it a bit different, right? I suppose if we drop it to 4, like, how much resistance is a good level of resistance? You know, that's the problem. Resistance is one of those stats that if you have not enough, it's a pointless stat. If you have just about enough, then it's a powerful stat. So 455 resistance isn't going to be dealing with a lot of high-end Cereses or anything else like that. So am I just indexing too much into resistance? Do I just put it all into HP, right? Because what I could do is I could say, actually, I don't give a damn about resistance. Let's just go full out, all in HP. And then I get 108,000. that's my thinking, you know. Now, obviously, if I'm using them for PvE content, having more... So if I think for a good concept, I think having 350 so that you're covered in pretty much the majority of non-Twins Sand Devil stuff, that's probably a good trade-off. Like, this is probably a better trade-off. If we just lift this up to 250 speed. Can we get any higher? There we go. So, like, this is probably a good trade-off, right? 369 resistance will cover me for pretty much all of the PvE content if I ever want to use him. 251 speed is a good base mark, and we still get 96,000 HP. We could probably glyph some of this a bit better, right? There's flat stat HP we can find. There's different areas we can glyph it up. I think that's pretty good, right? We get, what is it? 1 protection, a retaliation chest for some crazy, obnoxious reason. Or we can go something like that. That one feels better, actually. 263. That one actually feels like a better build. Am I on the right screen here? Have I professionally streamed this correctly? Yes, I have. Well done. I don't think enough Dutchy, right? I mean, as I said, I could get to 700 speed, but then my HP is going to be not worth the bolster. I like this build. I think it's good. We're going to go with this. Executive decision. I'm going to build this build. Resist is overrated. HP. Just gotta find the damn boot. That one. Yes. Like, we can always pair it with different champions, right? We haven't looked at any team combinations yet. But there are potential different champions we can pair it with that could make it really interesting. Where's HP there? Boom. Bolster. And I don't have an awful lot of bolster options, actually, so it's good that we're building it in bolster, because I think the only bolster champion I've built right now is Brogni. And only having one is a bit of a problem. 70 speed, HP. HP percentage gloves. And then we need the shield from White Dryad Naya. And then we need to glyph everything, so let's just glyph. You. Of course, you wasted that. Glyphing time. Come on, game, behave. So if you were to build in Stone Skin, you would not worry about it. You wouldn't necessarily ignore resistance, because resistance, like, you can still have it stolen, but basically you're flipping the 50-50, right? So you have a 50% chance that even if they have enough accuracy, they can't steal it. Boom, 2 million. Oh, we got some more resistance there. Look, there you go. Game, stop doing that to me. Oh, whatever. We won't be perfect speed, but stop giving me the flat rolls. It is giving me base rolls here. It's awful. There we go. There we go. Do that. Use up all my speed glyphs here. I don't want to use too much, actually. I don't mind if he's a little bit slower. Upgrade this. I know we're not in any sort of enhancement, but... I don't really care. All the CVC points that I'm wasting doing this. Crazy, isn't it? Let's just take that up to 16 as well. Because it's a helm. Yeah. I was hoping for flat stat HP. Does anyone know if glyphs are even odds or they weighted? They are equal distribution. these will get upgraded later on. I'm not going to do these now. They're going to waste silver. So masteries wise, I'm thinking... Masteries wise, we go something of this combination. Something like that. We get this for any annoying debuffs. Siphies mainly. We pick up Laura Steel for a little bit of bonus stuff, considering we've got Fortitude. More resistance. AoE against critical damage. Heals. I think it's good, right? Let's go with that. I have to be careful because I haven't got full masteries here. So... I take that, 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 that. We have to go to Retribution and there, because that's all we've got. Because I didn't do the rest of the masteries. But Lasting Gifts is not that important, and the other thing is also. So... in terms of the Pythion blessing, right now we don't know what's going to happen, right? The obvious one, if I'm going to use it in arena defense, is Polymorph, but we don't know if it's going to get nerfed. You would hope it's going to get nerfed. You would think it would get nerfed, but this is Playroom. We don't know what they do. We don't even know. Like, someone in Playroom thought Incinerate was a good idea. Who uses that? Nonsense. They could make this 100%. And it would still be trash. This needs to be like 500%. Because if you think about it, if it's 100% instead of 50%, or it's, right now, 50% means instead of 3% burn, you do, what, 4.5%. And then you have this mastery that we've just been looking at, right? We've been looking at different masteries. You have Shadow Heal that heals the champion by 6% if you heal. So your burn does less damage than one single mastery on a tier 3 row. So really, this Incinerate, if you want to make a HP burn champion, that needs to be like 500%. Not 100%, not 50%, 500%. That's like the starting point. Otherwise, it's just useless. But I think, you know, Polymorph... obviously, if I'm using in PvE, Brimstone, but I don't really think it's needed. Life Harvest is pointless. Soul Reap is pointless. Temporal Chains is interesting. Water the Fallen is pointless. It's basically, do I go for... I think you just polymorph him, right? I can always do a free... Polymorph doesn't make sense with high resistance. Yeah, but he hasn't got high resistance, right? Polymorph makes sense in any situation. Actually, Mark, slightly incorrect. Polymorph does make sense because of artifact sets. You can't resist them because they don't require accuracy. So it does make sense. Well, the problem is TKT. I think they locked it in Arena because of how broken it would be in PvE. Right? The only reason why in PvE it's really strong is because enemies have like millions of HP. Therefore, a champion can't deal 3% in an attack. So it makes HP burn better, right? Poisons in a clan boss is good because a clan boss has got like 50 million HP and it caps it at 75,000. So actually you can get lots of damage from a poison debuff. But even clan boss is different now, right? Because we've got more ability to do more damage. But Hydra, for example... because of the way they've capped different damage and different things and the different defenses and all the different mechanics, it means that you can just scale it really well. Whereas in Arena, you're doing 3% on like 30,000 HP. Like, you're not even doing like 3k damage. you don't do damage in arena because of it. So I feel like they did it for PvE, realized it was super broken for PvE, and instead of reworking the whole blessing, they just thought, oh, we'll just cap it for arena and deal with it another day. Exactly. So I mean, if they want to make it 500%, then it might be interesting. Then we can do some math, right? But even if they triple it to 150%, it's not enough. Like, it's still not going to matter. It's got to be a lot more, or completely rework it. So yeah, in terms of a soul, I feel like the options are Lightning Cage is interesting because it will protect buffs, and buffs equal like his ability to protect people. Obviously only protects his own buff. We could go Lightning Cage for his aura and resistance in all battles, but we won't use his aura. Temporal Chains would actually be quite strong. Or we could just go Polymorph. I feel like Polymorph is good, right? Can always change it. Right. Max him out. Why not? So what do we get? We have a Pythion, who is at 90,000 HP, 3k defense, 253 speed, 366 resistance. His ring, amulet, and weapon still need to be upgraded. What can we get here? We could get flat HP, crit rate. We don't really care about any of that. Let's take him for a whirl, shall we? So let's just go find some different arena fights to put him in. Maybe we'll put him in some 3v3. I'll see it when I believe it, Elliot. I'll see it when I believe it. So the kind of teams we want to put him in. Oh, look. This is a dream team. Look at this team here, right? It's a dream team. Let me break apart all my teams here because... Right, we'll put him in. We're not going to use him for this. What I want to use to show is... Why should you never put double hegemon anymore? Let me demonstrate. Pythion, 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 Pythion. Venus. Jupiterus. You're out. You're out, you're out. So I'm just building my teams here. Now, if I'm fast enough for team 2, I could just blend team 2. I feel like I am. I feel like I won't be fast enough, but we'll try it. Boom, 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 boom. Longbeard, anyone seen him? Yep. Anyone seen Skullcrown? Void. I don't think Longbeard's fast enough. Look at Mythea, no secret 3-1. According to the build on Deadwood site, it requires Arbiter or Doomscreech as the Deacon. I wouldn't build a 3-1 if you can't do that. Mythea with no Seeker. Mythea with no Seeker is really hard to build. Right? You kind of need a Seeker for a good 3-1. Seeker's so dominant. Yeah, if I see a Hegemons, I put my Cupidus up against it. That was a blend. And then this top one, I don't know. I feel like it requires Duchess up there. I could put Krisk, because they don't have any sort of buff strip. Who's my win condition? I could put Baron. Just throw Candyphon in, shall we? See how we can do. Candy boy, come to Papa. Right, so let's try some different teams, shall we? Let's see how Pythion works. The only thing I'm worried about this team is does Candrathon live? And the freezing is a bit of a problem. Oh, Rhonda. Oh boy. Oh boy. They've done absolutely no damage to me. Okay. Well, they don't have a reviver. So we could AoE. Tickled him. Protection up. Ugh. As the only downside is my candy is not got immunity. Hello. Oh, it's a stun. It's also a stun set Tormin. Go again. Oh. Cardial is so annoying, isn't he? Yeah, Cardial has everything. It's alright, then we can provoke now. We gotta kill this Necret, basically. Necret's what needs to die. Because if Necret dies... My Duchess is taking a hammer in. Then a lot of the power and strength goes away. That's why I'm A1ing, because A1 is stronger. The only problem is, because Duchess is getting perma-fucking stunned by this Tormin, it's so frustrating, because of the Cardial. We're going to lose this, because Cardial is so dominant. So this is all Cardial's doing. Duchess gets a turn. Right, that's good, because we can get some block debuffs up. I'm going to have to AoE. This is all Cardial's doing. AoE. There we go. Skip battle. It's a loss. It's just... I don't even need Pythion for this team. Because this is why you don't run double Hegemon anymore. Too easy. Too easy. Oh, I am fast enough. Alright. Bye-bye, double Siffy Rotus. We won it. Our first team was pretty horrific though, right? So that's one way we can use Pythion, right? As a bolster kind of tank for my guy. I didn't really have any use for his kit because he killed everyone. You know, another example here, right? So we could put it up against this guy. We could try and outspeed this, and then... This one's better because I know I can go first, so we can run my speed Kimmy. Where is she? With Romantu. And then we've got an option. We can either run Baron. I'll probably run Baron here because I just want raw damage. Or we could run a block revive like Phenax. You say that, Mark, but actually keeping Cupidus alive is very difficult. I have to run him in Stone Skin. If I had a Necret, my team would be so strong. But because I have to run him in Stone Skin, there's always a risk. I have to be mindful I can't put this team up against debuff removers. Buff removers. Because if I put him up against buff removers, I die. Because they could technically remove the Stone Skin. Do you know what? That's a provoke Hegemon. Right, okay. But we haven't broke through the double bolster yet. Brogni is in bolster as well. This is why this is doing really good. I need AoE, kill off the Hegemon. We're good now. You built Harima. Yeah, Harima's so good. That block debuffs mastery coming into effect here. But this is a double bolster team. There's the strength. Now, annihilate him. Okay, need to warm up. But this is not a great way to maximize his passive, right? Because I haven't got any buffs. There's no buffs in this team. So we're not actually maximizing. Now my Cupidus is pretty tanky because he's got lots of buffs. He's slow. But trying to kill this Ultimate Death Knight is going to be difficult because he's slow. And my team is not quick. So unfortunately, this is going to be a bit of a slog. We should kill it, but you know. If you have two... yeah, so it adds together. In fact, Citizen, if you have a normal shield set and a bolster, then the shield set goes into the bolster set and you have a protected shield and bolster. The bolster takes priority. So actually, when bolster came out, everyone's like saying, oh, shield sets, you know, all that farming we did in Fire Knight's useless. Actually, it's amazing because you could have an absolute god-awful bolster set, but a god-tier shield set, and that shield set will now be a bolster set. Kill it. Kill it with fire. There we go. That was awful. You know, as much as blender teams are kind of out of fashion now, they still are very efficient at killing speed teams. Right. We're 50-50 in it. Oh, we didn't. We're going to lose this one, by the way, guys, because we have got a protection Necret. Oh, we killed everyone. Never mind. Baron's a bit OP, right? If that was a reaction, if that Candraform was in reaction, we were in deep doo-doo. He would have one-shot us. But hey, I got a 5-star Baron, so it kind of is cheating. Look at all these. I love these like Hegemon teams. It's such a free farm for me these days. That's an interesting team. Will it Baron? Yeah, Baron's broken. I'm actually finding Gold 1 and Gold 2 quite tough, but I think it's just because I haven't got the team set up properly. I need to like rebuild all my teams. Oof. Now, the other cool thing about this is my blender is technically in Avenging. So even if I don't win the first exchange and they AoE me, as long as both my champions live, I have a chance to basically kill them because they counterattack and just one-shot them. The only one I really care about is him. Oh, of course you're going to do that. Oh, I got sheeped. Just kill everyone. Oh, it's close. Now, here's the annoying thing about Soul Reap. It doesn't ignore shield. So, my Soul Reap procced, but it didn't make any difference. Headbutt. Got Kimmy back. Yay. Kimmy's dead. Yay. Yay. Kill everyone. Oh, close. Ah. She ain't surviving this next one. Oh, he's going to counterattack as well. Oh, come on. Oh, it got a little bit of my shield down. Oh, that did. He's still not touched his shield. Because they've only just got his stone skin down. The only problem is, I don't need to get stunned. This is where it's good. Cleanse, boost. The cool thing about Lightning Cage as well, guys, right? It gives you a free buff. So, technically, we get like 5% damage reduction because of just the Lightning Cage. So whenever they buff, that just like makes it super good. So I quite like that, double bolster. It's a pretty good option, right? Now another team we could run is like he can come out of there and Chris can come in. This is the team that I normally run, by the way, with a bolster. I normally run Brogni, Cupidus, Venus, Krisk. But I tend to look for teams that don't have buff removal. Like this team here, right? It's perfect. It's done that buff removal. So Krisk passive gives me the decreased defense to empower the Cupidus. It's almost like a step back, just do whatever you want. We're just going to blend this top team here. Pretty cool. The other speed team that I run if I don't want to blend is normally this team. These days I run this and I run this, and then we put the Baron in there. And then for this type of team here, we kind of want him. But so where could we... So another way we could maneuver is we could basically have Pythion in this team instead. Something like that. Now, they haven't got any debuffs, so resistance doesn't really matter here. It's tanking we need to protect against. But we need a win condition. Now, my Stultus is not built for damage, so we can't use him. Marta is not built for damage, is she? She's not built for damage, but she is built tanky. But she's not really built for any damaging sources. So we need a win condition. Whenever you're building a team, you always need a win condition, right? When we look at this team here, we can see they've got 2 damage dealers and then 2 supports to make sure the damage dealers can get a turn. They haven't got any debuffs. They haven't got any like things that are going to control my team. So all I need to do is be able to tank the first hit. So I think something like this. And then we can either go Candrathon. I feel like we go Candrathon. Because Candrathon is going to be strong into most of them, apart from the Sandlashed. And he's also going to have innate protection, so... ...214 speed is interesting. It might be a bit slow, but... So this is the normal team that I run, because effectively... Doesn't really work for Lightning Cage, but the idea is Block Burst stops any Swift Parry and then you just one-shot. Nothing can really... The only thing that stops my Baron is Rotus and... Oh my god. Oh, well, this is going to take a while. Okay. I guess we're going to be here for a while on this fight. It's, can we survive long enough for the Stone Skin to fall off before the Mortu gets his peril? Well, seeing as though the Mortu's in Relentless for some crazy... Like, who the hell puts Relentless Mortu? Which crazy person did that? Pythion, Madame, Goffred, Fortis. I don't have Goffred, unfortunately, Darky. We have actually finally depleted all the buffs. Can we strip anything? Oh, we got rid of one. Can we do anything? No, we can't. He's going to have his peril. We haven't killed him. He's got his peril. Oh, can we provoke? Yes. Well, eventually, the Stone Skins are going to fall off. There we go. Ease. And now we just have to watch as it takes another Aeon to kill the Ultimate Death Knight. Wow. Too awesome to die. The Mortu I always find, whenever I want to watch Mortu in action, it never works out for me. But whenever I face a Mortu, it's almost like they tickle me and I'm dead. Oh, I actually get to go first here. So I could... I feel like I just block anything here. Get me some buffs. Get some buffs up. You know what you do? You take advantage of Lightning Cage and you one-shot the Rotus. Oh, so close. So close. So close. I need to kill the Sandlashed. But we are weak affinity to it. That's awkward. Probably should have A3'd actually. Oof. Tanky though, look at that. 0 damage being taken because effectively... So, he's going to do damage here. because Lightning Cage is considered a buff, so therefore it activates as A1. So Candrathon did an AoE attack. My Duchess has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buffs. So effectively, if Candrathon hit for like 100,000, he's going to be multiplied by 0.75 twice. So that 100,000 instead is going to do 56,000 because of Pythion and our Duchess passive. It's actually quite... I actually think Pythion and Duchess together is a really insane combination. Oh, nearly. Because look, I'm just taking 0 damage. She took a bit of damage there because she didn't have any buffs. And obviously, Duchess passive only works for AoE. Heal. The biggest problem that Duchess has is a lack of healing in her kit and a lack of cleansing. So by bringing Pythion, you're closing off Duchess's weaknesses whilst still getting her main strength. We've got to kill this Candrathon. He's doing work. There we go. They're multiplied with 1 with each other. So if you have 100,000, it goes 100,000 times 0.75 because it's 25% reduction for one of them. And then you times it by 0.75 again for the other one if you've got both at 25%. I actually think that combination there of Asuga, Candrathon, Duchess, Pythion is probably insanely tanky, I would say. Look how much damage my Candrathon took. That was from an AoE attack. 451 damage. Obviously the shield doesn't get factored into that number, but him in bolster with the double AoE protection, with a double passive protection, meant that a full whack of an AoE from a Candrathon did 451 damage. Crazy, right? If you don't have Duchess, who could use instead? The Rack of Valtide is an option. I quite like Rack of Valtide with Candrathon as an offense solution, right? Because when you look at Rack of Valtide, obviously she's a Void Legend, I'm not saying everyone's got her. The problem with Rack of Valtide is she does the revive automatically. So you can't use her on defense. But offensively, she actually is quite nice with Candrathon because she cleanses your Candrathon, then places increased attack and a shield on him, on all allies. So I think you could use it with Raka. It's a pretty good option. In terms of other champions you can use it with, another reviver is always nice. So if you have another AoE reviver like Isala the Mourner, great option. With a Siphi, great option. I actually think it pairs quite nicely with Elva. You get double cleanse, double buff, increased speed, block debuffs, and a single reviver. Although you kind of want more of an offense support. Cardial works, yes, Cardial's great. In terms of an arena matchup to replace Duchess, you kind of want like an offense reviver, like a reviver that's going to give you more offensive capability. That's what I mean by offense. I don't mean a reviver that does damage. I mean a reviver that's going to give you buffs that help you deal damage in your team. Because that's what essentially Duchess does, right? Duchess is giving you increased attack and Veil for protection. Veil and continuation of protection, but what she's giving you is the increased attack and block debuffs. So you want to bring someone else who can kind of give you that increased attack. Which is why someone like Isala the Mourner is nice. Because... where is she? She's in... Which faction is she in? Here. Because you get an increased attack, and you also get a revive. Now, obviously, she does a revive on auto, which is her main failure on defense. But if you've got a backup revive, it's not so much of a problem. So she's an interesting option as well. Uko, Mighty Uko, great option to use with. You get an AoE reviver. Although Mighty Uko is more of a debuffing support, right? Not really the same cast as Duchess. He's going to come in, he's going to remove all the buffs, and then you have a backup revive. So it's not that ideal. Someone like if you've got a defensive-based Nuker, like a Fortis or a Soulless, then obviously you would naturally go towards the Siphi, right? You get your single target revive, increased defense, block debuffs. There's your offensive capability. But any champion that kind of does an increased attack on an AoE function in a support capacity is what you kind of want to replace Duchess with if you don't have a Duchess. Or, like, that's what I would say you'd want. So Rack is obviously one option that people would go towards. I'm trying to think what other options we've got here. Not too Hannah Rack. Cardiel is obviously a great option because you get the ally attacks with that. We don't look at those two. They're horrifically overpowered. Ogryns are crying out for a legendary, right? There's not many of them. Helicath would be a bad option, actually. It'd be quite frustrating. Mine's not built. I don't use him anymore. Gorgrab, yeah, it's not bad. Mithrala is a great one to pair it with. You don't get the Reviver, but you do get a lot of control. The only thing I don't like about Mithrala is actually sometimes the petrification can work against you, because if you petrify an enemy, the enemy takes a lot less damage. So unless you're bringing a super giga charge damage like Baron, petrification can actually cause you to lose matches. So that's the only thing I don't like about her, is that petrification. It's sometimes useful, but often it's a problem. Probably quite good with Morley, a single target reviver. It's a great option to pair with. Obviously, Yumako's kind of busted. You can pair it well with Kyoku. You want, ideally, whoever you pair him with, you want them to have at least 2 buffs, right? Because he's only going to buff once. So if you want to take advantage of his passive, you need buffers in your team, right? You need someone who's going to give you at least 2 buffs. That's why Elva comes to mind, Siphi. Champions like Beauregard the Elder, if you can keep him alive and you get this off, great. It's going to keep you alive. That's kind of what you want. You want people who can buff twice in one ability. Obviously, like, another way you could go with it is someone like... Let's just try this with this middle bit team here, right? So instead of Duchess, I'm going to put in my Barogas, right? So I'm going to go Brogni, double bolster Brogni with Isuga and Candrathon. And just to keep this team alive down here, we need... What do we need to keep this team alive? Need something to keep alive. Let's just throw Mithrala in for now. And let's throw in you down here. That's cool. I don't know if we're going to win these, but... So, what you're going to have here... Yeah, Kreela is a good option. The only thing I don't like about Kreela is she's not full ally attack. Let's just run through this. Yumiko, I don't really care. The nice thing about this team is I don't really give a damn if Yumiko does her thing. Because Yumiko can do whatever the hell she wants. Because as long as Cupidus can attack someone, we win. Go on in. Oof. Nearly breached my shield. Doesn't matter. We're going to win this now. If we continue to attack my... Can we attack my Cupidus, please? Alright. Well, I'm going to have to do it manually. Nobody wants to attack Cupidus. They don't like targeting Stone Skin champions. There we go. It's going to be a risky one. I think we're good. I think we're good. I don't know if we're good. We might not be good. I think we might lose this. I don't think we can kill him. No. It's alright. I wouldn't have used Mithrala in this team anyway. He's just got too much on him. Oh, hang on. We got a good couple of co's. Can we kill him? Yeah. Oh, not quite. Why is he not dead? Kill the ultimate Death Knight. There we go. Whew. Whew. Right. This is the team we want to test. So, How much damage does that Magnar do to us? That's what we want to test. So we can get another buff up. Why is the Magnar doing an A1? Why is the Magnar code not to A2 instantly? We're going to buff himself, and then we're going to throw this on. Now look at the size of this shield. I'm waiting for the AoE. That's what I want to see. Ally protection. This is a stone skin protected ally protection as well. 6 damage. 6 damage. We're still waiting. Okay. We actually need to A1 this Duchess, because Candrathon is terrible into Duchess. Come on, Magnar. Do your AoE. I want to see how much damage you do. 2 damage. 7444. Yeah, but not everyone else has got stone skin. What a dumb system that you've got your damage deal and you haven't forced your A2. Four damage. My Asuka. Do you know what? I've had enough. Wait, have you just killed your Duchess by doing that? You just killed her Duchess, right? Here we go, AoE. Pretty good, right? We need to kill this Duchess now. This is problems. We have problems. Because our buffs have run out. Right, so we cleanse. We need to rebuff everyone. And we need to kill this Duchess. We might actually take a hit here. Oh, that hurts. He's gonna die. Oh, he's alive now. Right. Kill the Duchess, please. Oh, 2 hits. This is the only downside with Candrathon, is he can't kill Duchess. This is why Candrathon's kind of struggling in the meta for defense these days, because Duchess and Morto are so dominant, he can't touch them. There we go. 0 damage. Didn't touch my... He didn't really break anything apart there. Obviously I had shields and stuff, but he really didn't touch my Candrathon. But until I kill this like... It's actually quite annoying defense he's got going on here. I can't kill anyone. Right, we've got some debuffs out now. He needs to die. Blow your revive then. Runekeeper Dazdirk is doing work. Might as well just self-buff. It's actually... I thought this was going to be a lot easier than it is. It's really hard because I can't kill the Duchess. Because I haven't got enough innate damage within the... Because I haven't got innate damage within the team other than Candrathon. If Candrathon can't kill the Duchess, we're never going to finish this fight. Now is the window, because her buffs are off. It's the only window I've got. I need to double crit like that, and then I need to double crit again. But my team's not going to die. Just so as a defense, this defense here feels really solid, right? You'd need to bring in someone like a Romanto to stop it. Which obviously Polymorph will scare people. I need to kill this. If I'd brought someone other than Candrathon here, we'd have done this by now. Dazdirk is doing a lot of work here, actually. I have a better weapon, actually. Do you want me to show you the weapon that I have? I'll show you the weapon I have. What team did we just fight? Nedus. Yeah, I wish I had a Rima. Fenax, you know it. The boy's coming out. Wow. It's looking sketchy. We're never killing that ultimate Death Knight. So we'll put that up. 9,000. Put this up. It's like, nice to know you, Duchess. I need debuffs though. I forgot that. Yeah, I just need some debuffs out and you'll see the value of Venax now. Die. Can't revive them when they're block revived. It's like, that's cool, right? You've got your nice revive on death there and increased defense. Dead. If Candrafon can't do it, you bring out the big guns. Now we just have to work our way trying to kill this regen, immortal, whatever it's in. I don't know what it's in, but it's annoying. So the team I often bring is I'll bring Fenax into it because once I take out the win condition, it's a bit slow, but eventually we're going to win. Because they have no damage now. Yeah, I mean, Fenax is still rock solid. He is still one of the hardest hitting A1s. He will eventually kill this Duchess the moment we actually get the right rotation. We're just waiting for the increased attack. Oh, we landed a nice A1 there. I think she's dead now. She'd be dead. Oh, it's close. Come on. God, she's healing a hell of a lot. She must be like regen or something. She's healing like 14,000 a turn. And she got counterattack, which is really annoying. Die. There we go. And then we just go, bye-bye. Oh yeah, I forgot. His A3 doesn't do that. Never mind. My oopsie. Take two. Can we kill a Candrafon? The answer is... Oh god. It's gross. He's gross. Baron is so broken. He's just literally taken down an unbuffed. I know they didn't have any protections up, but he's just annihilated them. Fenax dropping the cool 367,000 there. I like this trio here, by the way, guys. I really like this trio. I think I prefer it with Duchess, though. I feel like a defense for me now, where I've got Lydia here, comes out. I feel like Pythion comes in here now. Yeah. I feel like it's a strong defense. Did you find a 6-star? No, I pulled it. Sandar. I managed. My main account has all the good luck. My free-to-play account has none of it. Why are they willing to buff someone to max life like that, then at the same time release Ileal? I don't know. The more worrying question, MM0, is why they released Ileal and then the next patch released Jorgid, which is basically Ileal, but actually how Ileal should be. I think this team is pretty difficult to kill. It's not perfect, because ideally I'd have Awakenings on Candrathon and that, but Candrathon is still the best, one of the best defense-based damage dealers. Like, obviously I've got Mortu in this team down here. I'm not really a fan of this Mortu team. I don't even know how well it's performing, but nobody's attacked me in 17 hours, so clearly it's doing something to scare people off. Teams in Mortu, their main task with Mortu, by the way, is to scare people. You want people not to attack you. Your Mortu doesn't have to be necessarily that good. You just want people to think, oh god, do I really want to take on a 5-star Baron, Mithrala, Aneri, Mortu? Do I want to take that on? God, no. Now, the Aneri will make people think maybe I should, because it's not gold. If I put someone in there like a Siphi, or like a really annoying champion, like a Yumiko, people might go, oh, why is there a Yumiko there? And it would just scare the hell out of them. No, I think Chigor is a waste of... Like, if Chigor was up for 60, 70 voids, I'd consider it, but not 110. No way. Awful. Replacement for Asuga. So Asuga is a damage soak. So you could have Vogoth. Vogoth would be the epic. You basically want someone who's going to be able to absorb damage. So I have her in Stone Skin. So if anyone tries to AoE crit me, not only have I got 25%... Like, imagine how crazy this is, right? I've basically got a bolster. I've got a Stone Skin protected Asuga that's going to take 30% of incoming critical damage. I've got 2 times 25% damage reductions. And I've got Candrathon here, right? Candrathon is going to reduce his incoming damage by 40%. So if you try to hit my Candrathon with 100,000 critical damage, 30% of that raw damage is gone straight away, right? So let's just assume you take 30,000 away. Then 70,000 of that is going to pass through 0.75 times 0.75, and it's then going to get multiplied again by 0.6. So, yeah, 0.6. So actually, your 100,000 damage is going to be 23,625 damage. And that's before you've even gone through Blast Proof, which is another 0.95. Or if I go the other way for 8%. That's before you even get one of the delayed deaths, which is 0.075. Which is like, you know, negligible. Like, it's basically 1% at the first hit. And that's assuming I don't have reaction. So obviously, like, you're just never killing him. If you're killing him, you're using someone like a very, very strong, like we're talking Scratches Baron that's got like 10k attack or something. But you're never killing Candrathon with that much protection. So all Asuga needs to be is someone who can absorb damage. So Vogoth is a good option. Anyone in Guardian, like a Brogni Guardian or a Brogni Bolster to add more damage soak. You could have a Lydia damage soak in there. You just basically want someone that's going to be able to take a hit and steal the damage away from you, which is really ideal, you know? It's quite insane, I think. I'm trying to think who else I've got here that would fit that mold. I don't really think I have anyone. Sandlash. Yeah, Sandlash, because you get the ally protection, yeah? Only problem, Jorgid will still nuke one shot through double bolster and Stone Skin Asuga happened to me. That's why you have reaction, Ardes. You can't nuke through reaction. I haven't touched my Candrathon in 7 months. So I don't know if I've got something better than this right now. Like, he's probably not in his best build. In fact, I probably know he isn't, right? Attack there. I'm probably sure if I find an attack banner. don't have one of those. Crit damage. Maybe I haven't been blessed with a lot of reaction. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have reaction, that's why I haven't built him. But the good thing is, like, that's why you have reaction then. Because it makes a big difference, right? So, for example, my Baron... Where is he? He's up here. He's got one piece of reaction. He can survive because of just that. I haven't even looked to see if I've got another piece now I can put him on. Crit damage. Nothing there. Attack. Yeah, so we still don't have any reaction for him. So that's why reaction is a big deal, right? I mean, none of these are the right factions. But if you've got a triple reaction champion, that's Baron's shortcoming, right? If I face an enemy and they've got reaction, Baron can't really nuke as hard through it then. You do limit the potential of it quite a lot. Like this guy here, for example. Look how many rings I've got for this faction. None of them are the right blimmin', like, they're not attack. But I could easily replace this, see? I could easily use that banner, and now we're at 50% chance. That gives Constantine a lot more survivability. I would roll that if it was an artifact enhancement event. Would you take 4-star reaction ring over 6-star normal ring? There comes a point in time where if you survive, great, it's awesome. But if you haven't got the ability to then win after you take a turn, then it doesn't really matter. So there's a balance to everything. So, you know, like, if you're trading 700 attack, so for example, here's an example here. Where was I? I was just with Candrathon. So Candrathon is wearing a 5-star counterattack amulet. Why? Because if he counterattacks, then his A1 is going to do a lot of damage. So I'm willing to trade 7% crit damage for the opportunity to get more A1s, because that could actually cause me to win the game, win the fight, which I wouldn't have done. But I haven't if you notice, I haven't done it on the ring because 382 attack, that's a bigger loss to incur. I still need him to have a level of attack when he counterattacks. Now, if I get an attack ring in Revenge or Reaction that is 6-star attack, but it only has 1 roll of attack percentage instead of 2, and I lose 150 attack, then it's a worthwhile trade because I haven't harmed his build to the extent that he can no longer do damage. You know, it's as with anything, right? You could have a team that's super tanky, but if you lose in 5 minutes, then unless your goal is to stall, which is Platinum meta, it's no point having it. Which is why the number one thing that I learned, and it was something that Sophia told me when she was talking about 3v3, is unless you're in the Platinum reset meta, every defense needs to have a win condition. Every team I've got here, there's a champion that is built to win. Cupidus, Candrathon, Mortu, and Baron. The rest of the team can be made up to enable the win condition, but you need to have some form of win condition, because if you don't, you're just an easy target, right? So if we look at some of these defenses here, okay? Now, bombs you should never put on defense. If you want here's some basic 3v3 advice. Never put bombs on defense. Why? Let me show you. I'm going to run exactly the same team here, but instead, I'm now going to use Mithrala. And I'm just going to have Constantine. And we're just going to put Brogni back in at the top there. And that's probably okay. Right, so the enemy has got Team 1. The win condition is Mortu Macabre. They want Mortu to get counterattacks and get him. Team 2, they want Hefrak as the win condition. Team 3, actually what I'm going to do here is I'm going to triple boost. I don't really care about that. Where's Morrigan? Morrigan. You've got speed now, right? Yes. Team 3, the win condition is Gaius. Now, the problem with bombs are, if you're running this team, you're telling me you want to bomb me to death. Well, that's great. Thanks for telling me your win condition so obviously and narrowing your potential to win. Because if you don't land the bombs, or you land them and they get cleansed, you're a lame duck. I have no idea if I'm going to win this fight, by the way. I didn't even notice. I didn't even pay attention. Brogany and Mithrala is really annoying. Because he, like, instantly gets petrified. Like, no matter what you do, he instantly gets petrified. Now, in this situation, actually, it's kind of nuts because petrification is actually helping my team a lot because petrification is reducing the incoming damage my team takes by 75% or 65%. So it means that my supporting cast are going to stay alive because they've petrified my team. I have to kill him. Now we win. Let's just take out you. Yeah, right. Well, you've killed her. Doesn't matter, does it? I'd like it if you could attack my Cupidus. Bombs are good into offense, right? I would probably build a bomb team. I should build a bomb team in offense so that I can pick on targets that I know are likely stone-skinned, right? If I see a Mortu Macabre heavy team, then probably the Mortu Macabre is stone-skinned, unless they've got someone like Necret protecting them. There's a fairly good chance they're going to be stone-skinned. But defense is a completely different ballgame, because if you're showing your hand, defense is all about how can I like hide all the secret tricks in my deck before they get into the battle. The problem with it's just disgusting amounts of turn meter control this. Because he's so strong, I don't need it. It's like I don't need decreased defense. I tend to run Mighty Uko so we could deal with terrible things like Swift Parry. But here now, right? So they're going to get a turn. This doesn't matter to me. Oh, that does. Oh. How the hell did Romantu beat me without increased accuracy? That Romantu is beefy. Well, guys. That 5 minutes of explanation got destroyed. Why? Because Romantu. Although my Asuka's still alive, she's going to die in a second. Right, now I can cleanse. This is what I was trying to show you. Mithrala makes this really strong. The only downside is, for some reason, Romantu has enough accuracy to beat my Mithrala. I think he actually 3%ed my Mithrala. Like, yeah, but do you know how difficult it is to beat to beat Mithrala's accuracy without if he had increased accuracy, it'd be different. But he doesn't have increased accuracy. Like, my Mithrala's got a lot of accuracy. I think he 3%ed. Which is the, it is the downside, right? But what can you do? Because, like, my Mithrala has got, what's that? 1005 accurate resistance. Yeah, well, Gaius landed the bombs, Henry, because Romantu disabled my passive. I think Romantu just 3%ed my Mithrala, and it cost me the win. Crazy. So, at take 2, same concept. And this is where having Pythion is going to be handy, because they've got a Tormin, right? Tormin forces you to run some sort of cleanser. Pythion is a great answer into Tormin. So, for example, I have to run this up here, which is fine, because I can probably one-shot this team. This one is fine here. Let's go again. Yeah, the only way my Mithrala gets beaten is if they have increased accuracy. That's why I can use my Mithrala most of the time, because unless they're running Lady Kimmy, 9 times out of 10, I win because of my Mithrala. This is a high meta team, this. Oh, I forgot Rotus. Oh, this is going to be a loss. I forgot Rotus. We're going to fear him, at least. Oh, look at that. Is he going to live? Just about. You don't take a turn. Oh, we resisted. Slow down. Really? I think we're going to lose this, though. I don't think we've got enough. Let's skip. Rotus. Counters Baron. I wasn't paying attention. Can we survive this? I don't know. Mountain King, Tormin, Candrathon is a lot. We can probably remove buffs. And provoke. Whoa! That was a punchy little Mountain King there. The only good thing about Tormin's, when you A1 him, he's an AoE. Oh, he died to the Brogni shield. Take the Mountain King out. There we go. Easy. Easy! Claim 3v3 energy before sort upcoming Dungeon Divers. Yeah. I did all my spider runs on my main account for anniversary tokens, and then I saw the Dungeon Divers. I was like, what was I thinking? Right, the key thing here is don't use this ability too quickly. What we want to do is just give myself some defense. 3 buffs. That's cool. We didn't get 3%ed. Oh, look at that. Also, another problem with bombers is block debuffs. And then I can come in with this. And because of Constantine's passive, he gets block revived. Constantine is low-key OP. And I'll die on a hill and say that if your options are limited, you should look at Constantine. Because he does so much damage. And the change to Vlad that's coming up, guys, means that Vlad is going to become a double AoE champion that enables all of Constantine's ignore defense. So their partnership gets even stronger. Pick up that. Rubbish. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that build. I think it's solid, right? Pythion, go straight into arena defense. Probably can... The good thing is, because it's bolster and it's a good set of resistance, we could literally pick up this Pythion build, drop him into Hydra. He's going to work perfectly fine. We could drop him into probably like the Sand Devil team if we had a team. He'd probably be doing perfectly fine, right? We can drop him into any content that we need some protection on. I could put him in Doom Tower this build and it would be fine. But that's the build that I've gone. Bolster, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, you're better off just running speed and going faster. Curing has its value in certain places, but in other places it doesn't. Curing is very good for the bait woad painted build, right? This. If you can get Cure in with this, and then you do it with Ironclad, you can do like crazy amounts of damage. It's actually quite stupid. It's quite dumb. But the thing about Vlad is, Mark, he's better than people give him credit for. But because everyone's like, oh, it's not a Void Legendary, like, there are not many champions that will do AoE 50% turn meter reduction. AoE. There's not many champions that can do that. The fact he steals it can be quite annoying, but if you're fighting like Arbiter Lysandra, this is brilliant. The biggest problem was, once he did that ability, he didn't have much else. His damage wasn't crazy enough that you would warrant it. And the old way used to be that you needed him on Constantine's passive to block revive. Since they changed Constantine's passive to block revive 60% of the meta without him, it meant that he was less valuable. But now what they're going to do is they're going to make this ability AoE, which means you're going to provide AoE decreased defense and block active skills. And then the A2 is going to drop turn meter and leech. And then if we look at Constantine, this ability ignores defense for every leech decreased defense and block defense. So you're giving Constantine 30% ignore defense if you can get them all up. Now, I'm not saying you can do that in PvP, but certainly in PvE, the pairing now becomes even stronger because effectively you have a champion that will block revive any champion with Vlad that has 30% ignore defense on his AoE that attacks 2 times. So Rotus waves and Doom Tower, different things like that. Pair that with a Savage Cruel, that's 60% ignore defense. Pair it with Helm Smasher, that's 85% ignore defense on the A2. And this ability here is also very, very useful because he will throw any debuffs off him. If you kill someone, you reset the ability and you go again. And you keep going again. And he also has a Phoenix A1. So the fact you can make Constantine even more powerful whilst also giving yourself a major turn meter control. And then he does do this like silly little thing. You can ignore his passive, but this going AoE is going to make a big difference. What's the other change they did to him? They did another change, didn't they? They've done another change for him. Do we know his new multipliers yet? We won't know his new multipliers until it comes into the game code, I think. Or unless I, can, if there's a test server, I can ask them. But 2 legend champions buff. They changed something else. Can't remember what it is. Are they just changing that? And they're changing his aura up to 7%. Yeah, they're just changing that ability, making it AoE, I think. And making it so that both debuffs have to be placed. Oh, it's a double hit A. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, so they're basically taking it from a double hit, and then it's now a single AoE that places both debuffs, and he gets a perfect fail. And then crit rate in all battles from crit rate in arena, yeah. I think he's... Like, if I got this guy on my free-to-play, I'd be super happy, because I get an AoE leech with a massive amount of turn meter control. I get another AoE that locks skills and places decreased defense. Like, he'd be stronger than my Deacon. He'd overwhelmingly replace Deacon in all my dungeon teams. So I don't think he's a terrible champion at all. I never thought he was a terrible champion to begin with. I actually had him set up in an arena team that went Arbiter, Vlad, Madame Cerise, and Constantine before all the blessings came out. And then that kind of killed a lot of speed teams. So yeah. Right then. So that's Pythion. Let's have a look quickly at a traditional clan boss team. Because I know people want the... I know some people in chat probably think, oh, what's the point of talking about clan boss? Actually having information about how to build a proper clan boss team is important. So what I want to do first is I actually want to look at my main team for my free-to-play. Because what I'm thinking of running is Deacon with a 19% aura. I want to run Hoscarol. I want to run Coffin Smasher, but we're going to disable his A2. I want to run Kale. I want to run... Who else do we want to run? But with Kale, we're not going to use his A2, because we don't need to. Who is the last champion here? And an Ally Protector. Now, obviously, I don't have an Ally Protector yet. But let's just say I got a Toragi the Frog, for an example. What ability is... So, just as an example, Toragi the Frog, right? We can talk about, different Ally Protectors. But Toragi the Frog, which one is his ability? We disable his A2 there, right? So, Nightmare-wise, the Nightmare boss goes at 170 speed. So all we need to do is be at 171 speed. Except for Hoscarol. Hoscarol's going to have to do something special. Because what we want to do is we want to make it so that our Ally Protector goes last in a rotation. And 4. Now this is going to be dependent on different things. Okay. So the key thing is we want to be slightly faster than the boss. We want to go before the boss. And then we want to make sure that we're taking turn. Now, Deacon is going to cause a few problems in this team. What we would probably have to do is speed tune Deacon in a different way. Because it should be okay, actually. It should be fine. So what we want to first is we're going to want Toragi first in Deacon's spot. So Toragi needs to go at 152. Here. And then this is the way it's going to go, I think. Toragi. I don't think the boost matters. So, we're speed tuning the free-to-play. We're kind of starting a concept of how fast my champions need to be for the free-to-play, right? Now, the awkward thing about having a 1-1 speed tune is actually you need to go quite slow, believe it or not. you want less speed, because you need to make sure your abilities are firing in the correct order. We want to make sure that Taragi the Frog is basically your ally protector, is the last champion before the boss takes a turn. Why? Because we want to make sure that everyone has ally protection up the most amount of time. If he was to go in Coffin Smasher's position, Coffin Smasher would lose his ally protection. So for the second AoE, the ally protection would fall off. You want to make sure you have ally protection on the AoE abilities. The single target abilities is important in the sense that you need to make sure you've built your champion correctly for it, but it does far less damage. You can control the damage on that. With the AoEs, it's much harder, right? Because we've got a 19% speed aura, we could choose not to use that, and we could choose to use a defensive aura, right? If we've got a defensive-based champion. Right now, we don't have that, so we're going to use the speed aura, so we can go a lot slower. I've tried using this. Can it show the speeds you need? So it doesn't show you the speeds you need. You put the speeds in and then it tells you what it does. The speeds you need is on the Deadwood Jedi website. That has all the speed tunes. No, I don't have the frog. I'm using the frog as a placeholder. Yeah, G-Man, that's it. So, you know, the problem is, if we look at these champions here, Hoscarl, I think, is Faction Crypts. So I can't use him. Coffin Smasher doesn't have an aura, I don't think. No, so we can't use him. Kale has a HP aura, which is ideal but not great. So really... Oh, why is it maintenance? Great. So really, we're kind of like going HP aura, right? So if we want to drop the aura, we can do, right? But then we need to lift the speeds. So now we need to have everyone at 171, 172, 173. Doesn't need to be much more. 174 and 175, but we want the right order, and this is the right order here. Now we want Deacon also in Hoscarl's position, so we want Deacon to be 175, and we also want Hoscarl, right? So what we're doing here, let me just show you in some detail, is we want to maximize our buffs. So the first problem we're going to have to do is Hoscarl isn't going to use his A2, but he will want his A3. And you can see what we want to do is want to have the increased defense apply just before we take the AoE. Now, unfortunately, because of the way the buffs are going to work, either we lose ally protection on Hoscarl, but we get increased defense on everyone, or we have to apply increased defense before Taragi, and our ally protector is going to lose increased defense. It's not ideal. This is where a buff extender in a 2-1 helps you a lot. You know, because we could put Taragi in that position there. But then Hoscarl loses his ally protection. So it's a question of, do we want the ally protection or do we want the increased defense? For a better word. I would probably say increased defense is probably better, potentially, than our Hoscarl ally protection. It's very difficult to know. But the main problem we've got here with Hoscarl is effectively he's a 4-turn cooldown. So we need Hoscarl to run as a 4-3. So he's going to take 4 turns in every 3 turns of the clan boss. And our team is going to take 1 turn for every... So they're on a 1-1, not a 4-3. So Hoscarl has to go faster. Now, we can't just simply increase his speed until he gets there, because we're going to have to do different things to make it sure that he's always going to 4-3 here. So, you know, you can see we can do this, not really working. He's all going all over the place. So we need an actual speed tune for it. Now, I can never remember the 4-3 speed ratios. They're like 240 something, I think. I might have to check the website. Let me just check Deadwood's website. Yeah, so the ally protection has to be ideally a 3-turn cooldown. Otherwise, you get so many problems. 4-3 ratio. 2-2-2, is it? Yeah, but it depends on other people as well, right? I need a single... I really need to make this more options. So I need a fast... I want a single 4-3 block debuffs. I think it's that one I need. And then one champion needs to be 191, so that's probably like best to have it as here. Right, there we go. I think that's 4-3. Oh, he's still going a bit too fast there. Two, 9, 191, 173, 175, 177, 175, 173, 177. It's probably Deacon that's causing problems here. Yeah, the problem, Gort, is Deacon's boost is causing problems. We kind of want the boost because we want the leech and the decreased defense to come back quicker. So you don't want to lose the boost. So we need to change it so that everything runs 15% quicker. Or we need to try him in a different position. Let's just try him in the 175. Nope. Let's try him at the 177 spot. Nope. Does miscreated monster work? Yeah, you can do. He's a 4-turn cooldown though, isn't he? So he's going to need to run at a 4-3 as well. I always hate trying to figure out boosters like this. Basically, he needs to run slower, I think, because he's going too quickly. He's boosting everyone. Either that. Actually, sometimes all you need to do is delay the boost. Boost delay. Kind of falls apart because Deacon is boosting. Oh, do you know what? Deacon's going to be a nightmare to tune into this. Deacon is going to be a nightmare to tune into this because he's boosting all the time, which means he's breaking the 3-1. Can I hit 239 speed? I could find it if I needed to. But you can see right now, we're not running it. I need to find if there's a 4-3 with Deacon. We're short on skills when I needed him. Yeah, well, no, the problem is the extra turn as well as the thing. Like, I need Deacon, like, so I could just disable it, right? So we could just do this, right? And then I just need to verify that everyone's at the right speeds. Just put him at 177. Right, and now what we're doing is we're going 4-3, right? Because if you see, Hoskerel is always going in. Now, Hoskerel really needs to be going where, so Kale firstly needs to be at the pace of Taragi. So Taragi needs to be 191. Kale needs to be 177. You need to be at 173. Because again, we want the buffs in the right order. We need to delay this until A3 comes there. Great. Now, the good news is we are getting increased defense. The problem is because of where the 4-3 is applying, we actually need him to take the 4-3 on turn, the start of the turn, not the middle of the turn. So we need to move it. And that can be done. You just have to find a different 4-3 ratio. Which is 230, 172. So we need to drop you down to 172. And then we need you to change your speed as well. There you go. Now we're in a better situation because now we can put a delay on that. We can put a delay on this. And now we get what we want. So if we turn off Deacon's A3, his extra turn, what we create is a situation where Hoscarol will go and do his A3 at the start of every single AoE, and then Taragi goes there. Now, the only thing I would say is in an ideal world, Hoscarol would go after Taragi. But it just means Taragi's going to run without an increased defense buff, which is probably, I'll be honest, it's going to kill him. It's not great. It's not ideal. You know, just because the way the buffs go, he's not applying it. This is why someone like Vasulf is way better, because he applies the ally protection and the increased defense at the same time. We might not have that option. So in this team setup here, because we can't run at 2-1, the likelihood is Taragi's going to die pretty quickly. Or we have to put Taragi's defense way high. We're talking 5,000 to keep him alive. But what you get, what you basically have created here now, is we've got Hoscarol running his increased defense, with Taragi the Frog running it here for his ally protection. So you have ally protection and increased defense for the majority of your team, apart from your ally protector. He's the one that's going to die for both AoEs. And then on the stun targeting phase here, ideally we want him to target Hoscarol, or Hoscarol needs to come in with his A3. Now the problem is Hoscarol's going last, so if Taragi doesn't get stunned, then Hoscarol can't cleanse it, and if Hoscarol doesn't get stunned, Hoscarol doesn't get the immunity. So you want it does, but if you put him at 192, no. See how it's changing? It's moving him. It's not keeping his 4-3 in a consistent position, which means I don't think we can consistently get what we'd want. And I don't think other speeds changing is going to make a difference there. You know, you can adjust his speed down, but then he's taking his 4-3 in the middle. We want his 4-3 at the start, so that he gets the extra turn in the right place, and he's not going to do it consistently if you run that speed with him there. So he needs to be a 172. Something whatever down here. And he needs to go slower. Like that. And you need to be like that. Well, we could do 169. And then, so if you run 169 and you run 173, that would work. That's better. Yes, so there we go. And then obviously we can adjust this a little bit. We can basically force champions down. Don't want to go any slower than that. I don't think you can go any slower than that either, can you? So 171, 172, 173. Yes, you could run another champion with increased defense, but we don't have those many, right? But this would be perfect because you basically have... The only downside is you lose ally protection Hoscarol, but that's okay, right? Because he's defensive based, so as long as he's got increased defense, you could probably keep him alive a bit. That will cause the failure at some point, but, you know, I think it's probably better to have increased defense on your ally protector than ally protection on your increased defense champion. I think that's about fine. And then it's a case of the stun targeting. So ideally, you want it to be on Hoscarol. Otherwise, or you basically put it on someone you don't care about, right? To be fair, Coffin Smasher, Deacon, Kale, they're not important for the speed tune. They are for damage, so you don't necessarily need to cleanse the stun. Ideally, they target Hoscarol, but that's actually quite difficult to target. And whoever you want the target to be, they need to have extremely low HP, because you don't want to give the boss multiplier, because the A3 is based on target HP. You know, it's based on your ally's HP. So for a Nightmare team, These are the speeds we need. Like 242 speed is going to be hard right now for me to run a 4-3. But it's quite easy when you get some base speed together, right? You get 6-star speed boots is 45 speed to start with, right? Base out of the flat, 45. Then you throw in another speed set. That gives you like, if his base speed is what? Yeah, it's fine. Hosquill's base speed is 98. So a speed set is going to give him 12%. So 98 times 1.12 is going to give him... He's going to gain 11.76 speed. So basically, a 6-star set of speed boots paired with another piece of speed set is 56 speed already on top of his 98. You're going to be looking at... Already, you're at 154 speed. So then you just have to go and find about 90 speed around your build, which if you think we've got a banner and 4 slots that we can run it with. So we have 6 slots of speed and we need about 90 speed. So on average, we need 15 speed in each slot, give or take. So it's either a double roll or some like pretty good things. And obviously if you can run another speed set, that reduces it further. But this is essentially my first clan boss team that I want to run for my free-to-play. That is my free-to-play clan boss team. But you can tell why I haven't built it yet, because it is very dependent on an ally protection. No, I didn't pull Taragi. I'm using it as a framework Oxline. Taragi could be any ally protector. I didn't pull him. Trademark, I didn't pull him. Not Taragi. There we go. Basically, ally protector. So, like, the best way to do it is ally protector. Right? We want an ally protector here. Now, the only downside is, it does mean that we're getting decreased defense out here and here, but we don't have it out for this rotation. We have, because we're not getting that extra turn from Deacon. You know, that's the downside to A1. Now, it's not necessarily a problem, because most of our damage is probably going to come from poisons anyway, at this early stage. But it's not ideal. We're losing an entire turn without having decreased defense. But Master Hexer can help. We are getting 2 attacks for Leech, which is more important than decreased defense, I would say. And obviously, Coffin Smasher, we've disabled his A3, so that his A2. So all Coffin Smasher is ever going to do is place decreased attack. That's the idea. Now, we could get super unlucky and he doesn't place it 3 times in a row, which means then you probably die. So this is why I've been struggling a little bit, because all I need in my team to make a proper, like if I pulled an ally protector today, I could probably get this built by the end of the weekend. Quite comfortably. Because I will farm Spider tomorrow until I get a Dark Elf banner in accuracy. I could go to Nightmare 6/6, farm it until I get a 6-star speed boots on a couple of people. I can get a bit of gear from different places, roll up some speed, and I would be at this speed tune by then. Because Hosquil is already booked for his A2, his A3. He's ready to go. Kale is booked. Coffin Smash is booked. Deacon is booked. The Ally Protector would be all I need. So that is why my entire focus has been, and frustration has been on, where's my Ally Protector? Because it would put me in Nightmare, even if it's a wildly bad 4-key. 4-key Nightmare is still better than a 2-key hard right now. So, yes, we haven't put Speed Aura in, because we would want to put the Speed Aura in, and then go to Ultra Nightmare. Because we could basically, without having to do too many adjustments, just reposition it. See, we can just reposition it a little bit with the Speed Aura in Ultra Nightmare. We just haven't done it. And to be honest, Ultra Nightmare for this type of team is going to be difficult, purely because we would need good gear to do that. So, yeah, I mean, basically, anyone who has, if you've got an Ally Protector, a good decreased attack, and you've got an increased defense with a Poisoner, you should be doing Nightmare. Even at 1 month, in my opinion. Because it doesn't take an awful lot of speed and an awful lot of good gear. And the good thing is, what I'm actually hoping to farm is Stalwart gear. I'm in Dragon a little bit on my free-to-play because I actually want to try and get Stalwart gear on here because I've got Leech. I don't need Lifesteal. I've only got Lifesteal on my Kale at the moment because he's soloing in places where Leech doesn't exist. But when I get Orogrim built up and booked, he replaces Kale's carry potential. Kale can be dedicated into a clan boss team. Gembo comes in as my arena nuker. I don't need Kale in arena. And then we actually have a good set of teams. So as much as I was negative early on this morning, the start of this stream about how the free-to-play is all falling apart, it is contingent on getting an ally protector. It's contingent on continuing to farm food. Because obviously all of these champions, we've got at the moment 3 of these champions in this team are 60. We need to do Deacon, we'll need to do Orogrim, we'll need to do Gembo, and we'll need to do the Ally Protector. So we need to farm 4 more food. But tomorrow's mission is basically Spider and free to play. That's the goal. We want to get the Spider tournament done because there's an epic book on Spider tournament, and hopefully during that window I'll be able to pick up an accuracy banner for my Kale because it is causing some inconsistencies on the Dragon 16 farm. So, you know. Oh, we got reset coming in, have we? Oh, go away with the Prime Gaming. You'd think by now they'd have mastered the whole Prime Gaming reward system, right? Is the game down? Is it broken again? Hey Seth, this is off topic, but what nukers are good in Stone Skin besides Mortu? Got some really good pieces with crit rate and building up. So people who like Cupidus is a great option because he can work with Venus. Constantine is a great nuker. Baron, although you lose a lot from Savage, I think. It's very difficult. You lose a lot during Savage. Right, so you don't really want to give up too much. So champions that are borderline damage dealers, you don't want to give up the Savage for because you need their ignore defense. Necmo, Snick Track. Necmo's tempting. Shame I don't have enough. Venomage, Taurus, Kinoiku, Tagoa. What are we doing here? Let's just burn some energy on... I don't know, what do we burn energy on? Training, where are we at the training tournament? I could push to try and take that spot above him. I'm not really that fussed. Let's just do these. I joined late. Could you give a short recap of your personal opinion on the next fusion? The TLDR of the next fusion is, if you can get it, get it. If you are stressed about getting it, don't worry about not getting it. I think it's an okay champion. It's a Morrigan level champion. It's good if you don't have much healing support. But it isn't gonna it's not the best champion in the game. Like, it's a good champion. It's a good champion. It looks better. I think it looks better than it actually is in terms of kit. I gave up a Ronda Sol today in my altar, hopefully for Tyrant and Noct to show up, and the hero is Noct. Nice. Honestly, if I had Brimstone on Ronda, I'd get Nether Spider down instantly, I think. Because it's so easy to proc on Ronda because she attacks so many times. What do I need to do? Let's just burn it in. Spiders, let's just burn the thing, that's fine. Oops. Just going to jump back to the free-to-play. I know we didn't get to a 2-1 team, guys. But I think we will cover that in either the next stream on Monday or maybe I'll do a weekend stream. We'll see how I feel. But we will get to the 2-1 team because I want to build that for my main account. I want to build some different frameworks. I might build... we might have a bit of a bumper... Maybe we have a bumper Monday where we basically build a Bat Eater team and a 2-1 traditional team alongside my existing Mythwatcher team. And we have basically a team we can run everything in. That would be quite cool. But that is the fundamentals of how you build a traditional 1-1 team. This is like what you would build if you're on my free-to-play, right? Your first proper clan boss speed tune. You're looking at making sure the buffs fall in the right order. If for example, your ally protector is going first, your entire team fails 20 turns earlier. Having the ally protector in a different position could be the difference between 1 or 2, 3, maybe even 1 speed difference, can make the difference, right? Coffin Smash is running at 169. My ally protector is running at 171. That 2-speed difference is going to mean the difference potentially with 4 Key and Nightmare and not even well, 2 key in Nightmare, not even 4 key in Nightmare. You could, it's like that much of a difference. Does the myth only go in 3-1 teams? No, there are some 1-1 teams, Dave. Let me get one team up from, don't know about it, guys. Go over to Deadwood DLI site. He's got a pretty good website here. We do need to do some work on it. It's not perfect. We are working on it when time permits. But there is, it's a pretty good resource for all of your clan boss needs. This one is a double Demitha team. So this runs 1-1. This is the team that is like kill the clan boss as quickly as possible. The Grave Chill is normally Turvold. Yeah. Your turn off is A2. And yes. Or basically you do this. Oops. No, I think you don't. I think you turn it off, right? So what you run here, am I everyone's website guru? I try not to be, but we do work with Deadwood to build his website and stuff. So what you run here is you run Turvold, right? And Turvold, we all know if he has lots of buffs, he does lots of damage. This is actually a triple Demitha team. I don't know why we got 3 Demithas in here. Oh, we don't. 1 Demitha, 2 Demitha. Yes, it's a double Demitha team with Doom Priest. I don't really know what Doom Priest is doing in here. Probably to make it spirit friendly, is it? Yeah, makes it spirit friendly. And what you're doing is you're basically double extending. And Brogni's given the block debuffs to the increased attack. And Turvold just has unlimited buffs. And the idea with this team is you basically pump Turvold's damage up really high at 162. And you try to one-shot the boss, the clan boss, as quickly as possible. Does buff stacked Turvold out-damage Acrizia on clan boss? I don't think... Depends on the team. Like, Acrizia is hard capped a little bit, but she has got weird quirks with her clan boss damage. It's very weird the way it's done. So... But Underpriest Brogni could be anyone. He just uses Underpriest Brogni because he's a broken champion. But yeah, so there are basically Demitha teams that run in 1-1. There's Myth Air, Myth Budget, a High Myth Man. There's lots of different ones. Deadwood's got them all on this site. So all we're going to do now is we're just going to use up the energy on the main account here, and then we're going to jump over and pray to mercy that there's a Rhonda Soul in the free-to-play shop, because god damn it, that free-to-play needs some luck. If you had Knoiki and Trumbor, would you try to run them together or just pick one? I would pick one, and I would probably go Knoiki. Potentially, because I feel like Knoiki's going to be easier potentially to do it because she has a 3-turn cooldown. You just need to manage the turn meter boost, but she has that passive which is a bit of an emergency blanket. So I mean, yeah, I mean Turvold, if you stack up his buffs, can hit super freaking hard. Like, it's crazy. I think you were experimenting with the, like, something similar to the Myth Watchers, right, Mark? When I was messing with the clan boss team, you tried something similar and it did, like, insane amounts of damage. Let me just check what clan bosses I've done today. If I've done clan boss at all. Yeah, done that one. I need to do that. I'll do that on my phone. That's fine. Right, that's going to go into my mailbox. Got enough space for that. That's good. Let's swap over to the free-to-play. Lock him for 1. Log out. Close that. Close that. Kanoiki is pronounced Kunoichi. Oh, is it? Kunoichi, okay. I'm Welsh. I say it how I see it, so I apologize for butchering the name. A banner. What do we get? A 3-star. What's the point of giving me a 3-star banner at day 22? I'm only on 5-star gear now. Ooh, look at that ancient shard there. I'm not burning 50 gems for it, though, because it'll come back around. Oh, we got 8 hours to do this, and I can get myself some glyphs if I do some of this. What do I need to do? Summon 10 champions from shards. You know what? I can do that. Rhonda. Why am I not allowed to have a Ronda soul? I can't even get a Kale soul for all god, like... Just... I've no words. Defeat 25 champions in the arena. Do you know what? I'd love to defeat one champion. I don't even think I can beat this team. Like, this is how dumb it is. I don't think I can beat that team because they're full 60s. They're going to have banners. I don't have banners. Oh, look, I can fight someone. I'm probably going to need Ronda. But hey. How should I be saying your name? Correct me. I like to be corrected. Good. I pick it up eventually. I tend to find if I'm in a country for any period of time, then after, say, about 4 days or 5 days, I start picking up the syntax, if that makes sense. I start becoming more naturalized. Like, these teams, they're so close to being able to be defeated, but because they've either got stronger auras or they're just level 60s, I can't beat them. Like, this team here, I feel like the power is close, but the speed is not, because I can't kill this guy. He's just going to be dominant. I don't want to, I can't risk it. So it basically means that this is just going to go at snail's pace. I'm doing like 8 a day. At this rate, at 8 a day, it's going to take me like 9 days to get that one thing done. That's useless, isn't it? Yeah, it's not so much the Ronda that locks it down. Right, so let me rephrase. Right, it's not that it's Ultimate Death Knight that is the problem there. The problem is, it's the fact that I know that the Apothecary is going to have a banner, which means that if I don't bring my Diabolist, then the likelihood is, even though I've got 9% more speed, my Diabolist needs to double boost, which means the only way I can do it is if I drop the Spirit Host, which means I probably haven't got enough damage between Ronda and Kale to kill them anyway. Like, let's try it. Like, I could bring Hoscrow for stuns, but he's not booked enough yet, so Ronda has to come in for the damage. Let's try it. Right, so we win the speed battle. So we've got to do that. And we need to kill those. Oh, so close. Right, so we've lost Diabolist. Now we need to kill him as quickly as possible. And this is where it's all going to fall apart. See, it's just... because I haven't got... like, I could try and risk it without... At least I kill two. I mean, what I could do for that mission is I could just keep fighting the same person over and over again and just kill people, right? At least I've got a target I can kill. I could try running with Spirit Host instead, so I get my increased attack. Is Marked viable to use in Nightmare? Yes, Marked is very good. Okay, we're actually faster, so maybe with increased attack. That's a good start. Right, AoE nuke. Okay, good. Disable passive. Maybe we've got this. Maybe we've got it. Yes. We got it. Don't care about provoke. Oh, come on. No. Come on. Don't do this to me. It's the stupid visual bug. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please die. Oh. We killed someone. I could just keep quitting it, but I don't want to. I want to try and get out of goal 2. If I can get up to goal 4, everything becomes a lot easier because there's more active players. That's been my goal all along, is can I get up to goal 4? Because if I can get out of this, like, really bad limbo stage that I'm in, like, this I feel like is bait because of Taras. Taras the Invincible. This one is bait because it's an aura. Aura mismatch. I've been burning a few gems, believe it or not, because if I can get up into gold 4, 5, then I know I can actually get more fights because there's more single target champs. It's just, I'm in this phase of arena where it's just a lot of semi-AFK part-time players that have got decent champions that are just not playing that often. Yeah, I know, but Mark, I mean, my account's 21 days old. If I don't put life steal on my my Kale, he dies everywhere else. So it's not like I have the luxury of having a dedicated arena nuker right now. That's what Gembo's going to be. In 2 weeks' time, I'll probably have enough food to make another rank 6, and it will probably potentially be Gembo that I do it to, just so I can take Kale out of needing to be an arena nuker. But like, I could continuously burn gems, but it feels like such a waste to try and get 1 or 2 fights. I've been able to get like 15 there, which is cool. You know, we've killed 6 champions. Awesome. It's just... What was that one? Was it bosses or normal? Quests. 7 campaign battles. So what I'm actually going to be doing now is I'm going to sit in this bit for a while and farm some 6-star speed boots. So I just need a few. Doesn't hurt that I'm leveling someone at the same time. I wonder, I think I need Rhonda to do it. I don't think I can do it with Coffin Smasher. I think I need Rhonda here. I just need a bit more damage, right? Yeah, you're correct. There's lots of different things like that. Like Leech is probably not great to run with it either, right? It's probably not good to run Deacon. See, maybe I don't need Rhonda in here. Maybe I can just bring Coffin Smasher to get double leveled at least, so I'm not wasting all this experience. Because Hoskeral's going to come in. Like, obviously I've got this nuke here. It's not doing that much, but Hoskeral will come in. Get a bit of a stun out. Maybe I just don't need Rhonda here. I'm going to try it without her next. You die. She has nice damage, though. I'm not going to lie. She's helping the team here. But I feel Kale on his own is doing the job. So let's drop out you. Let's bring in you. Now, in an ideal world, I wouldn't be leveling my rank 6s here. I'd be doing them in Minnow, but... You know. Needs must. Needs must. I mean, I'm not far from being able to duo it, to be honest. I mean, maybe I should actually just be putting food champions in here rather than my 60s. I don't know. Stun. Oh, I need books for that. I've been trying to do like the artifact challenges because they have 2 books in those artifact challenges. So I've been trying to do them because that would be great, right? The only downside is you need to get 5 6-star of a specific set on a specific champion, and I can't get any of the 5 or 6-star of the set. I've got the champion that can do it. Let's bring food in here. Let's take out Coffin Smasher. Let's bring a rank 3. I'm willing to burn like 400 gems in this particular area to get some Nightmare boots. Because I think it's worth Just like 3 6-star boots. Tops. I don't need any more than that at this stage. I just need some options because I have like 5-star speed boots. I have really good perception speed boots. But I don't have, you know... I mean, that's why I 6-starred Hoskerel there. For that ability is why I've 6-starred Hoskerel. When I have Hoskerel fully built up and mastered, he's going to be a beast, I think. It's going to be like a baby Syl. Baby Syl of the Drakes. I want to hold that until I've got AoE decreased defense. I'm struggling. Yeah, that's exactly it, Dave. That is where I'm at. I did a bunch of dragon, and I got 0. I keep getting 5-star gear for like avenging, but the frost set, it doesn't want to give me. Yes, I know you keep telling me. I will claim it, but not for this weekend. Next weekend. But tomorrow I'll be putting a lot of gems and energy into this. I'll be doing stage 10 solo farm with Kale, so we'll be getting food at the same time, and we'll be going for this epic book and this 1000 anniversary tokens, because those anniversary tokens are going to give me a silver chest, and we could get a 4-star chicken out of that chest. That would be great. Or we could get 12 and immortal soul coins. I'm not complaining about that either. I don't want the silver. If I get the silver, I'll cry. I'll probably get the silver. Where am I in this champion training tournament? Next weekend should be times 2 voids, right? Yes. Or is it times 2 ancients? We had sacreds this weekend. Ancients the weekend before, voids. Oh, I've been bumped down. I don't really want the 5-star. I'd rather the 80 gems of the 5-star gear. Can I burst my way up and try and snipe this epic book? That would be ideal. I'd love that epic book, but 2,000 points or 2,500 points right now is a big ask. It's a big ask. Oh, I am keeping this champion. I did mention it in the video. But the more I think about it, the more I want to keep him. Let's just put you in the Master Vault a second. This dude, this little wretch of a being. So right now, my only HP burn champion is Coffin Smasher. Right? But he is a 75% chance, right? 50, 55, 60, 65, 75% chance. He's not very guaranteed. Oh, I can put an amulet on him. Equip that. Put that to 8. Look at that. Yes, 10 accuracy. We like accuracy. I don't have any rings, but hey, I've got that. I got an accuracy banner for him if I want to ascend him. Which, to be honest, can I just ascend him? I don't have the magic potions. It keeps bugging out and not giving me Embo F2, so just, yeah. Get 100. Yeah, I'll get the silver probably. Pulled Seer and Charmail from 3 voids on free to play. It took me 2 years to get Seer on my main. Too early to build on the free to play though, right? Probably. Depends on like how early is your free to play. Like, how many rank 6s are you in, Flying Fridge? This is the first time I see someone keep that skeleton. Right, so this is why. Okay, so I don't have another HP burn, but what I do have is I have Hark and Greatblade, and I do have Mr. Magnar. Right, so I could go a combo for AoE HP burn, this, which just places it for 2 turns, and then spread it. Yeah, and then extend it. And then stay alive, right? So some sort of butchered team here, for example, could be... You just get, like, we'll just waste a little bit of energy here just to test this out. I need some accuracy. That'll do. You can see I've got some 5-star gear for pieces I don't need. You'll do. You didn't roll actually. I'm keeping gear that I'd never even imagined keeping on my main. It's actually quite gross. I've had to completely reconfigure my thought process down. There we go. Nice. Equip. We kind of need some speed. I'll do. I'll do. And some speed boots. See, this is the issue. I don't have speed boots right now. We'll just take it off you for the time being. Right, so he's like 145 speed, 90 accuracy. We'll see if it works. You're built and you're built, right? So the idea that I'm thinking for a very weird and quirky spider team is, let's just test it on a low energy. Have I got a low energy here? Let me just test it here. Obviously, it's not going to work because we haven't got turn meter control. But the idea is we do this, 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 and then somehow we control the turn meter. I haven't figured that part out yet, but you know, somehow we do. Maybe a prosecutor or something. I haven't figured that bit out. Maybe not. Let me just throw that off. Right. So the idea is, oh, what have I done there now? Magna. Yeah, Magna would make a great tank for this. Right. So because I don't have AoE HP burn, the goal. It's not fast enough. That's right. I'm not fast enough. How am I not fast enough? He's going to survive. It's fine. So we basically burn the here. Do that. It's fine, because these spiderlings are going to die anyway because they're about to get eaten. We need to take a turn here. This is like awfully speed tuned. Like, come on. Spider Queen, take a turn. Right, cool. So that happens. The burn is on. And then we go, like, spread the burn. 3-turn spread. We would have some sort of tank. It's probably him because he's going to heal. Right, and the good thing is, we can now do that again and extend the duration of the burn. This is my AoE HP burn team. All I need to figure out is how the hell I'm going to turn me to control the boss and stay alive. But it could work, right? You know, someone like Armiga here. Drop that turn meter. It's a viable strategy. I haven't quite figured out how all the parts go together. But yeah, like, super fast one. But it's an AoE HP burn, right? If it was set up more appropriately, it would go Wretch into Hark into Magnar. Boom. Turn meter control. Yeah, you'd need some sort of control. Like a freeze champion. But you know what I mean? Like, it could work. That's why I was like, hang on, he's not as bad as he sounds. Because once I've got the burn out there, Harkin can spread it. And then I just need to control. Like, Magnar is kind of optional. I don't really need Magnar. You know, Magnar could basically be someone else, right? If I needed the turn meter control. Ideally, like, we could run Hoskerl in low damage, right? Obviously, he's got crit rate at the moment. But you could run Hoskerl for the stun chance. So you stun the spiderlings. So it goes Wretch into Harken Spread, into Stun, into Double Armiger. Boom. AoE HP burn. Who needs a Mordecai and who needs all these other fancy things that YST and all these other have got? I can do it with my Wretch, my Harken Great Blade. There wouldn't be. Swiftcut, there wouldn't be. If you think, you'd basically have... I think the team would be something like this. It would probably be... If we take out... Yeah, whatever. Let's just burn some energy. If you take out this guy and this guy, and you have Wretch into that, into him, and then you just have, like, Omega 1, who is somewhere around here. Anyone spot the Omega? I didn't feed him. I'm sure I didn't feed him. There he is. Omega 1. And then you could either have another Elf Guard or you can have Omega 2. We could even go Prosecutor, right? Because Prosecutor's got decreased speed with a smaller chance. Not the greatest. You know, we might be better just to run double Omega. But you could run, like, decreased speed into that. Or just literally run another Omega. You know, I can just pull one. He's got 2 meter drop, hasn't he? There you go. 4-turn cooldown. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. I see what you mean. How about 2 cold hearts, Yamakona Drang? Yeah, I mean... But, I mean, it could work, right? I'm having to, like, literally go so deep into my, like, knowledge pool to try and just think of solutions. Like, we could obviously do Elf Guard as well, yeah, right? So, the only thing is, like, Hoskirl's there to keep the team alive, right? Because if we take too many Spiderlings, we're just going to die. But if we have, like, 200 speed double Armicas with this team... As long as we can keep the turn meter of the spider down enough, then we won't need too many. And obviously Wretch can be booked as a rare champion if we did keep him to a 3-turn cooldown. This is on a 4-turn cooldown, so we can repeat it if we need to. I don't know whether we would need to, because she extends it by 2 turns. So we actually get a 3-turn buff. So as long as we keep the Spiderlings down permanently, then eventually we'll be okay. Even if we have to manual pass waves, I think this will get me past all the waves, because the good news is she's void. So she's never going to weak hit the debuff spread. We only have to make sure the burn gets placed. Yeah, as long as Hoskirl can land CC, it'll be fine. It's whether Hoskirl can land the CC all the time. If he can't... You're not good. We'd need to have another solution for the control. Which obviously we don't really have, to be honest. It's not like I've got loads of options for control here. I don't think she does anything. He does do something interesting here. We do get a 50% chance for a fear. So we could use Arndulf in a low damage setup and go for a fear debuff if we can't run the spirit affinity. That's magic affinity, so that's an option. I don't think we have any other control. We could try and run a sunset abyssal. Seems very awkward to do. And then I think that is, you know, that's about it really. But that's my big brain strategy. Yeah, I mean, the fear is like an emergency thing, right? That was me going, if I can't run Hoskirl because of affinity, then the next best thing I've got is that. Which is not, like, I'm not sitting here saying, for sure, that's like an amazing solution. I'm just saying that is a possible. Oh my god, there's 2 teams. Good lord, let's go. Let's go. Maybe the free-to-play is redeemed in one stream. Clean Shack. Never have I been more excited to see a champion die. That's bait though, isn't it? Do we think that's bait? Do you reckon I can I'm already aura mismatched. They haven't got a boost. I feel like that's bait. I feel like I'd lose that. We'll try it. I feel like it's bait. There's bait. Yep. I should learn my mistakes. See, that's the problem. Now that we've hit reset, I'm going to start plummeting points again. I leave my defense in because every so often I pick up some points. But I'm going to lose a bunch of battles. So all the gains that I've made today, in the last like few hours, I'm going to lose them all. To be fair, I haven't sat here refreshing like I should have been. Because I'm playing 2 accounts. I haven't got time to sit here all the time playing, you know, hit the reset button. Let's just go back and use up that energy that I bought for some 6-star speed boots. Come on. Good point. Magnar stuns burned enemies. Does he? Does he? I know he places an extra hit on enemies without burns. I'll have to have a look at that. We'll check after this now. Did I misread Magnar? It's a fair possibility, because I am an idiot at times. Stun. Oh, what? Weak hits. Not the best. To be honest, I don't think I need Hoscarol in here either. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Luckily, I'm redeemed. I reckon if I wonder if I can just run this as 2. Those are not the boots I'm after, because I don't think I need Hoscarol here at all. Let's try it. I've been what I meant, Vince, is I've been playing both at the same time, but I find it stressful to play both at the same time. Like I had during the Savage event, I had my main account running alongside my free-to-play account. I just found it very, very stressful to manage. That's probably why I'm quite like on edge today, because I have been like going at it a lot. I don't know if I'm gonna get back around to my abilities here. Ah. I should have AoE'd. I'm dead. Not yet. He's doing it. He's doing it. Oh, Kale is so strong. Maybe wondering why I'm doing it with just 2, because I'm actually trying to see if I can 3-star it. I'm just curious. Oh, well, that's annoying. Well, if I just take you out, probably take a hit. When are we going to see Never or Fiction's account walkthrough and thoughts on progress? I don't know. Just ask in Discord, ping them, say where is it all at? What are we doing? Kill. Never is pumping ahead though, I will say. He's doing his usual. You think you're keeping up with him, and all of a sudden blink and he's like miles ahead of you. Again. He's like, I have to stop so this is the situation I'm in. I have to stop looking at other people's accounts and going, I can compete with them, because I'm not in that position right now in my account. They are massively ahead of me. But I have some advantages going for me in the sense that they've burnt a lot more resources than I have. Look at that, we 3-starred. I wonder if we can 3-star some of these stages. Now I remember this was awkward because of affinity. I don't know if it still is. I mean, it could be it's better now because I've got better gear. Yeah, he's on another level, honestly. I can't keep up with him. Looking good. Now, technically, you might be wondering, why am I wasting energy here? I could be getting energy on food. There are 3 5-star chickens at the end of Nightmare, close towards the end. And the amount of energy I would need to expend in Nightmare is probably equal to the amount of energy I would have to expend to create the food. So that the chickens are worth going for, even if it's a one-off. But I'm actually able to do a lot more here. So, like, for example, the boss might be tricky to do. I don't know if I can do that. Let's find out. 18 energy is a lot. Because these little elven warrior things hit really hard. Right, she should die. That's fine. We can take the hit. We'll heal up. Oh, yes, I remember. We had, like, Folies and Ghost Spawns and you name it, we had it. Can we do it? Nope. Oh, so close. Let's try and get rid of... No. This is where it's going to hurt. Survived. I don't know if we survived enough to actually survive the boss, though. We need some leech. Oh, he's so dead, isn't he? There's no way I'm going to be able to do this because we took too much on that last turn. We'll probably get it done though, but... Pythion just took a bit of a hammering. Okay, so that one we can't do. What about Felwyn's Gate? Now, Felwyn's Gate is... The biggest problem here is affinity. But I wonder if we can, like, get some progress here. Thought CVC was exhausting on top of a full-time job. Try working full-time on coding that you're doing and playing 2 accounts and trying to get ×2 Savage done, or ×3 Savage done, and at the same time producing videos. Like, honestly, I think that's the thing. It's just got to... I think it got to me a little bit today. I need to take a bit of a breather. Oh, well, that's annoying. They're not quite dying on this wave. I think the 6/6 wave must have lower defense because they're taking a lot longer to die here. I'm noticing. How does the artifact... It's amazing, but where does it pull it? Pulls it from the game data. So it reads the game account, reads your information. As you do stuff, it's recording. So when you finish a battle, it records it. Yes. Difficult. Yes, I can't. I was trying to see if I can get to these, see? Like, I'm about 36 stars away. You know, and obviously I could get there by going, like, 1, 7, 14, 21, 28. But it would have to go all the way too high. It's just too far. However, what I could do is run food in here. So that we're at least double dipping whilst burning energy for our... let's do that. For our, I wonder if I can just auto it. As I said, I just want a couple of 6-star speed boots. If I can get a couple of 6-star speed boots, then in the next artifact enhancement event, which will be in a couple of days, I can, well, I can't, I have to manual it. I'll be able to get them up to level 16, and then I can actually start looking at putting some like proper builds together. Right now I feel like I'm scapegoating builds together from like random pieces of gear, and it's just all a little bit like messed up. Obviously as well, I need to get the Kale desperately needs an accuracy banner. It's all he needs right now. I can't build him with damage and enough accuracy in the same breath. It's just too hard to build. But if I can get some accuracy on him, then Dragon becomes a lot easier because sometimes I lose to the poison. Sometimes. Yeah, it's a bit longer than I planned. We'll be finishing soon, though. It's because we get carried away with things as well. I'm feeling more positive about the free-to-play than I was at the start of the stream, put it like that. At the start of the stream, I was ready to give up. I'd had enough of the awful RNG. And it is something that as I said, I'm reminding myself of what Earbad said, and I think it's really good advice, and I need to remind myself of it more on a daily basis. Maybe I need to put it on a plaque on a wall somewhere. If I try to compete with the likes of Odd One, with Deadwood, with Never, then I am going to be... I'm going to struggle, because I'm going to be very negative. Because the reality of the situation is they have a little bit more time in their hands because some of them are not even playing their main account much. You know, like, I know Hellhades has not touched on much of his main account. I know Never and Fiction, for example, don't play their main account. So they have more time on their hands to be able to plan and strategize and different things. Plus, pairing the fact that I just have had really, like, me and Hellhades, I think we're along with Lady H, and I don't think Fiction has had that crazy luck either. We've all had extremely bad luck with shards, to the point where it's almost getting a bit stupid, right? It's reminding me of Hellhades free-to-play series last year. A lot of people were like saying, you know, oh, he's pulled decent champions. He had a really rubbish time of champions last year. Like, he was having to scrape the barrel to get things done with Armina and stuff like that. And I'm fearing that's the path that I'm currently on with this free-to-play right now, that we're picking up some very good champions that will pay off long-term, I think. Like, I think Orogrim is going to be a big pull. It's a bit like Tomb Lord for Odd One. May not be like instantly crazy, but I think long-term, I think Orogrim is going to carry me through a lot of difficult stages. But right now, he's not that crazy a pull. You know, and just not having, like, the... It's almost like I just don't have a champion in my roster that is the crown jewel, the de facto, like, MVP of everything. I feel like I'm scraping champions to do specific things. Want to drop him out. So what I'm looking for really is, like, that champion, like a Krisk style champion, which you build your entire roster around. Because I feel like the comparison to my main, when I'm looking at my main, I'm like, I'll just, like, today, I just threw chickens on Pythion. I didn't even think about it because I can, you know, like, food on my main is, I could make a 6-star in like seconds. It's not a problem. On the free to play, you just don't have that luxury because a 6-star is thousands of energy of investment that you can't replace. So you've got to be very careful that the 6-star you choose is going to do, like, have an impact on your account. It's going to push you into an area that you can get more resources, or that you can progress, or that you can complete things. Because, you know, I could have 60 Deacon. He isn't going to get me anywhere. Like, what's Deacon going to give me? War Master? Cool. I haven't got a clan boss team, but he gives me War Master, you know? So... And he doesn't hit that often that it's going to make a big difference. So that's where my dilemma has come in. Every single champion I've pulled so far is very good in their niche area. Umbral will be really good in Arena long term, or in Spider, or in some parts of Doom Tower. But right now, she's not going in the clan boss team. She isn't going to be in the Dragon team. People like Harken, as we've looked at when we were looking at the HP Burn champion, will have a use. She's going to be a champion that will probably be clutch in certain situations, but for a general first 5 rank 6s, she doesn't come into that category. Same with Orogrim. Orogrim will eventually carry the certain areas of the count, but right now, if I 60 Orogrim, I'm basically getting an upgraded Kale, which I already have. Gemba will be the unique one, because Gemba will give me something I don't have, which is a different affinity Nuker. And Magnar could also fall into that category, although I feel like Gembo is a better option purely because he has more long-term arena viability, maybe. I don't know. What's your thoughts, guys? What is your thoughts between Magnar and Gembo as arena nukers? Keeping in mind that Gembo is void, also self buffs 70%, 30% crit rate, and also ignore swift parry. Gembo or Magnar? Who would you pick? You fight Magnar. Gembo takes care of Skull Crown Leo. Yeah. Gembo greater than Magnar. Gembo. That's my thinking as well, right? When I pulled Magnar, everyone's like saying it was a really good pull. And I was like, it is in some situations. But also in most situations right now for my level of account, it's not like he's not adding anything. Like, I will probably have Magnar eventually built, right? Because he's a HP champion. There might be some stages where I need like a double hit HP nuke or something, or maybe I need a secondary nuker for some other reason, for whatever. But I feel like right now, like me putting any investment into a Magnar is just delaying my progress, because he's not going to go into a clan boss team. He's not going to go into a dragon team. He ain't going to go into a spider team at the moment, because I'm perfectly happy sitting in Spider 10. I think Spider 10 is great for me right now. Yeah, but I think anyone can farm Minnow by themselves, really, Mark, if you think about it. As long as they're well geared and they're level 60 and they've got some decent damage, I don't think Minnow is at all a challenge. Like, for example, Hoskerl will probably be able to solo Minnow 15 because he's got CC. He'll get there. You know, Orogrim can probably solo Minnow 15 because he's got healing and poisons, right? Once he gets the gear. So I'm not too concerned about that. Nightmare campaign, he might come into it. You're 100% correct there. Yeah, finite. Yeah, as I said, I think Magnar is one of those champions that you go, great pull, just not quite. You know, I think I'd rather have Gembo as a void champion. Whoa. Ah. Oh. Damn it. This close. I think I'd rather have Gembo as a void champion right now than Magnar. You can't debuff Magnar's damage. However, you can't boost it either. Keep in mind, gearing is an issue, right? So when gearing is an issue, you kind of need the buffs to boost yourself over the problem. So I think my plan, what I was thinking is, my plan right now is if I get an ally protector, that's my next 60, right? We know that. Next ally, if I can get an ally protector or an unkillable champion that makes an unkillable team, which is really unlikely because the speed requirements and everything else and blah, 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 blah. If I can get a ally protector, that'll be my next 60 probably. And then it will be Deacon after that, because I feel like Deacon is going to be in my clan boss team, whatever I do. And then probably after Deacon, it will probably be a Orogrim. Tied with Gembo. Because at some point, I'm going to want to dedicate Kale into a more defensive build. Which means he's not going to be able to clear the wave content like he is right now. Which means I'm going to need a wave nuker. Which could be Magnar or it could be Gembo. Because I feel like Gembo is a great wave nuker as well. For new free-to-play account, advice which starter and promo code shall I use for the best progress? The best progress is, if you want the easiest start, you do a link code for Vergis with a promo code for Deacon, and you start with Kale. That gives you poisons, ally protection, decreased defense, and leech. If I could start with a Vergis, we'd be in so much happy lands right now. So much Happy Lands. Yeah, he is HP based, right? So it's easier to keep him alive. But I mean, so in terms of my plan, the plan is basically a Rogrim will carry dungeons. I think that's a reasonable plan, right? A Rogrim is a boss killer, a dungeon carry, poisons. Like, eventually, when I get some decent regeneration gear, a Rogrim is just going to go in and you don't need a wave nuker then, right? Because a Rogrim's going to do it on his own eventually. We're not talking Dragon 25 here, we're just talking like Dragon 20 for a while. If I can get a Rogrim doing food farming on Dragon 20 in a reasonable amount of time, that's the goal, right? Nothing right now. We're not going to use any more gems. Oh, I don't know whether to push for this tramp and train in. I feel like it's an awful lot ice push in. No, it's fine. I think we stay here. I think we stay here. We take the 4-star gear and we chill out. I don't think we push any higher. The epic book would have been nice, but they're just pushing too hard. I suppose he doesn't require regens then. Actually, no, you're right. But you will require speed, I guess. I forget Orogrim is not a regen, is he? Because he heals himself. I need the books on him, though. I was hoping I could sneak some of these points, but it's just too far. I'll stay here. It's fine. I'm happy with 11,000. So tomorrow is Dungeon Divers and Spider. That's the goal tomorrow. Yeah. Earbad had a pretty horrible group as well, I was told. I think someone was trying to snipe him. We did okay on clan versus clan. We didn't win. I put up 100,000 points. Pretty happy with that. Wix did well. I'm going to start cleaning up the clan a little bit because people are punching on a bit. We need to make sure people are keeping up. So probably have to do a bit of cleansing in the clan soon if not. Look at these. Gold 5 Veiled Shot. For Bixie's in Gold 4. Never's managed to get himself up to Gold 5. Me and HH just slumming it in Gold 1 and Gold 2. Wix is doing crazy amounts of work. Bait team. Wonder if I can kill that team. Probably not. They're all forced. That's the problem as well. Like, we're going to weak hit. It's the problem when you... Like, I actually think Rhonda... If Rhonda was a different affinity, she'd be a 60 for me by now. But because she's magic, I feel like I'm just replicating the same problem. Need to do more 3v3. I've been slacking. How's my clan mission going? I think I took a clan quest to finish the last milestone of an event. So I'm doing a lot of dungeon divers coming up now. I think I'll be burning more of my gems soon. I've been keeping hold of them to decide what I want to do. I think I'm going to burn some in Spider tomorrow. Obviously, we don't have any 500 energy for a couple of days, so... So I think I'll be burning... to get that epic book. I think it's worth it. I feel like doing Spider 10 for an epic book and 1,000 of these things. If I get 200 coins, I think... Oh, I'm close. If I sold a couple of these, I could basically get a tier 2 soulstone. And maybe I can get some of my wish list. Maybe. Probably want Hoscarol in here now. Don't really want the rest. Yeah, I mean, when you're in Gold 5, it's so much better, right? Because there's more active players. So... Yeah, I know. We had a pretty nasty opponent. It was awful. But, you know. In free-to-play challenge, I probably need to 6-star somebody to get to top 3 in training. Would you ever 6-star Dwedon between him and Rhonda at the moment? I actually find Dwedon's kit a bit awkward because there is cooldowns. But he's actually great, like, If you need someone to help keep your team alive, he's pretty good because he's going to give a pretty chunky shield. He's going to keep your buffs flowing. It's just if you want to speed him into a clan boss team, he's very difficult because effectively this being a 4-turn means you can't use him as that 3-turn cooldown increased buff duration on a 2-1 ratio. And this being a 3-turn means that this always falls out of sync for the taunt, for the stun. Ideally, you want the taunt up so you get stunned, and then the shield with the extension. If this was a 3-turn cooldown, it'd be so much better. But he's an alright champion. I think Ronda's a better option if you're doing it. That's the thing, Jenga, right? Once you get up to gold 4, gold 5, I just think that's where all the active players are. I feel like I'm playing the players that kind of play the game every so often. That's why they're still in the league. But they're not like, some of them are good, like decent, well-structured teams. But they were like level 80, level 60. I'm like level 46, pumping on to 47. I'm just too early in the game right now. I do need to go and get my referrals done. I just have been slacking. I will probably get the void shard for the upcoming ×2 voids, and I think we'll also get a void shard here. So I'll have 2 voids to play with. You know, there's an epic book coming up there. If I can complete these challenges, which is just a case of getting some of the set, right? I need 5 or 6 star regeneration, frost, or retaliation. And so far, in terms of 5 and 6 star, I've got 2 that I got from the mission. Great. Oh, we're close to being able to do a retaliation set, actually. Am I fully showing everything? Oh, I need 1 more piece of retaliation. And frost, I think, is still 2. What was the other one? Retaliation. I forget what they were. Retaliation, regeneration. I don't think I have any regeneration. Which is not surprising because it's finite. I've barely been in there. Yeah, I have no regeneration, right? So, but if I can do all those, 1, there's energy behind it. And this I can do. I've got a champion I can get to 50,000 HP. That would give me 2 epic books, which would give me the opportunity to either book this or try and get some more books on here. You can see I've been getting the A1, not the A3 or the A2. So I need a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4. A minimum of 4, 5, 6, 7. I need a minimum of 7 epic books. 1 from the daily login. 2 from the challenges. So that's 3. 4 is in Spider. So that's 4. There's a potential that 1 of them is in the Dungeon Divers. That's 5. And then any epic books here? Oh, look at that. It's a banner and a ring there. There's 1 there, which is 6. But that's like so deep into this path that, you know, like this is a blocker. This is easy. Probably easy that. Easy, easy, easy. Not a problem. We've already got them. They're just leveling. 5 million on normal simples. Spider Den, simples. 100 classic or gold medals in arena. Well, if I can get a gold 5, easy. Stage 13 of Ice Golem. I can do stage 13, so that is doable. So that's easy as well. Arcane Keep is easy. Dragon's Lair is easy. I'm doing stage 16. Magic Keep is okay. It's a bit of effort, but yeah, we can do it. Minnows, we're already farming 15 if we want to. Spirit Keep will be the hard one, but we should be able to do it again. So all of these missions are not blocking me to get there. Upgrade 2, Great Hall level, bonuses to level 4. Well, we're climbing. We'll have 2 soon. And then where were we? There, that's there. Upgrade 3 masteries, that should be no problem. Finite stage 10, we've done that. Upgrade 4 champions to level 60. We've already got enough for that once we get 1 more rank 4. Done. And therefore we get that. So the blockers are going to be the arena. and then the potion keep cycle. So yeah, I'm not booking Rhonda. The legendary books are for my ally protector. If I get an ally protector, it's going on there straight away. I don't care. I need to get to Ultra Nightmare. So yeah. Do we have, how long until the arena refreshes? 7 minutes. We're done. I think we're done. We are like comfortably 2-key in. Where are we? Comfortably 2-key in hard. 1-key in normal. I probably need to start looking to move to brutal soon, but you know, I can't compete with these people. Like, he's doing 29 million. He's 3-key in brutal. I can't compete I can't compete with basically a 6-star Fenchy, 6-star Gaelic, 6-star Deacon, and a 6-star Rhonda with Masteries, which is what I'm competing with right now. So I have to just refocus on my goals and just move on from that. So I probably I probably can't push the leaderboards much, but I haven't really looked at them in a few days, to be honest. I'm just looking at my progress. So anyway, guys, we've been live for about 5 hours or so. I'm gonna go get some food. We didn't really discuss the summons. If you're summoning tomorrow, good luck. If not, save your shards. Don't pull the Void Legendary. It's not worth. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be streaming again probably Monday if I don't do a stream soon. I probably will not be streaming over the weekend. I think I'm pretty busy. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you in the next stream. Ciao.